into the record of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Special Session Wednesday, June 29, 2022. The time now is 1:08 p.m. This is going tomorrow too as well, if need be, starting at 10 a.m. June 30th, 2022, and then Friday, July 1st, 2022 at 10 a.m. We'll come back into session if need be too as well. We're here in the Navajo Nation Council Chambers in Window Rock, Arizona, on the Great Navajo Nation. I do have Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Edison Unica, and Honorable Eugene So here with us in the chambers. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I did call this meeting to order, so let's go ahead and get a roll call to make ourselves official colleagues. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, for being on the line.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay is present via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Yes, you said it. This is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line. Good morning or good afternoon.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty answered. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present. Good afternoon.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good afternoon, Freeland. Present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Halona is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Henyo is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call.
Otto So is here.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, we have 18 members present. Answer roll call. With that, let me go ahead and go on down to invocation. And colleagues, this morning we had an invocation that was conducted by Honorable Freeland there at the Resource and Development Committee meeting. So thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for blessing the day here. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, just before we go on down a little further, my phone is not working. If you're going to text, just text Jalissa's the number and to request to speak, or if you're gonna, I think everyone has her number. If you could email that out to everyone, that number again. I think everybody might have that number, but I just wanted to make sure everybody has the request to speak number. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Is there any recognitions at this time, colleagues? If there's no recognitions, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read that agenda read the agenda that's been posted more than 24 hours into the record, I appreciate it. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Special Session, Wednesday, June 29th, 2022, Thursday, June 30th, 2022, Friday, July 1st, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. One, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. Two, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Three, review and adopt the agenda. Four, reports. There are none. Five, old business. There's one old business, legislation 0086-22. Six, new business, none. Seven, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Take a motion, Delegate James.
Thank you. With that,
Motion.
motion by Honorable Vince James. Good morning or good afternoon, Honorable James. Is there a second on our agenda this afternoon?
Second, Alona.
Second by Honorable Helena. James, Vince James is holding the motion, second by Honorable Helena. With that, let me go ahead and go on down to the floor. Honorable Vince James, good afternoon. Sir,
Another speaker. It's an auto kitchen. Auto basement. Underneath Leniki, don't shut her single. But yeah, baby, now the dish, not so. Cut that Josh kid, not that.
this one is-
Stated legislation 0063-22 gate Nahabi on the agenda under new business and so what are they? This not all is it?
Same thing.
No, auto this all could I reserve my time.
Scan it and send that one to everyone too. That Honorable Vince James. 4 minutes and 28 seconds. All right, with that, amendment number one, colleagues, sponsored by Honorable Vince James. Is it to add on legislation 0063-22? Mr. Rico, could you read the heading into the record for a request for a second?
Thank you, Speaker. Tracking number 0063-22.
Is there a point of order? Chairman Hino?
Yes. Yes, it's Delegate Henio.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Chairman Hino, you raise a point of order?
Yes.
Chairman, go ahead. Well, what is your point of order this afternoon?
Okay. Again, Speaker Day, Madam. Just remembering the rules. It says that if you're holding the main motion, you cannot do it an amendment. Just clarification to the Speaker Day. Back to you.
I know when you make a motion on a legislation, you're not allowed to make an amendment on that legislation. This is a motion on the agenda. Ms. Barbara?
Good afternoon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, I think you are, as I understand the question and your answer, you are correct. However, I did just get on the line, so I missed about the first 3 or 4 minutes. But the part I heard, you are correct.
speaker. I'm not sure if you're on mute, but we can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Well, this is what I refer to on the way that it's been done in the past, Chairman Henio, or way I have worked it, is that if you're raising a motion, you cannot be holding a main motion. If you're raising an amendment, you cannot be holding the motion on a legislation per Rule 14A. If you see that in the intent and the purpose of the legislation, the very last language of that paragraph. Now, in this case, we're not, Honorable Vince James is holding the motion on the agenda. But if you look under the rules of order, under the agenda, there's nothing that stipulates that there is,
Life sentence?
and then there's nothing specific that states that under the motion, rules of order under council. Ms. Barbara, I just see that as if you're making a motion on a legislation, you cannot, and you're holding the main motion on legislation, you cannot make an amendment to that legislation per Rule 14A. Now, if in this case, Honorable Vince James is holding the motion on the agenda, Honorable Vince James is well in his right to make an amendment, even though that he's holding the main motion. In this case, it is acceptable just for the fact that this is not a legislation per 14A. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. My first question would have to go to Office of Legislative Services. Can you read Rule 14A can you read it? What I have in my book is that Rule 14A was amended by CJY 39, maybe it's 13 or 15. I apologize, my handwriting not good. But that Rule 14A was amended to take away the restriction against parties holding the main motion, against the party holding the main motion to propose an amendment. So I don't think the Rule 14A would prohibit it, even if it wasn't the agenda, even if it was just legislation. So, Speaker, can we just hang on a second so we can clarify, so I can clarify that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That, I'm going to Honorable Auto, or add auto so to the queue. Colleagues, as we're waiting, Thank you for the point of order. Maybe there's something else that needs to be clarified too. The assistance of the Title II subcommittee.
Speaker,
Yes, Chairman, colleagues, we are in council right now.
Yeah, Speaker,
Chairman Yazzie, I can put you in the queue.
oh no, I just wanted to vote on the main motion. Green? No, I'm just kidding, Speaker, just to let you know I'm on call, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I was lost right there. I was like, main motion. What the hell?
Oh, I thought we were voting to get this money out right away. Anyhow, I'm on call, sir.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here. I'm on the line too, Speaker.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We all here.
Yeah.
Any delegate except parties to one motion.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Cruddy. A question for the amendment.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair, this is going to the main motion. If I need this clarified first before I go on to accepting it. Well, I'm still sticking with this just for the fact that but I'm still waiting for Legislative Council to come back with what their recommendation is. Madam Chair Crowdy, I can't go to you just yet until I get this clarified. See what Legislative Council's recommendation is.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Just add me when we're in order to ask a question when we have that answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobrosh.
Yes, Ms. Barbroff.
Okay, pursuant to CJY 3913, Rule 14 of the Council Rules of Order states that any delegate of the council shall be permitted to propose an amendment to main motion by so movement. An amendment to main motion shall only amend a portion of the main motion and not its entirety, and shall not change the intent and purpose of the legislation. That is the closest rule. I believe it's the closest rule to address Chairman Hino's question. Chairman Hino's question, I believe, was the propriety of Vince James proposing an amendment to the agenda when he holds the main motion on the agenda. So in the short answer, our rules don't directly address amendments to the agenda, but given Rule 14A, I think that Vince James is allowable for him to propose an amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Moving forward, as indicated before, Chairman Hino, the clarification is that this specifically only, that I read it when I'm reading 14A, it only is subject to when a delegate is raising a motion on a legislation, that delegate is unable to make an amendment to that legislation while holding the motion. In this case, as indicated, we're on the agenda, and on the agenda that this rule does not apply. So that moving forward, I'm standing with this, that Honorable Vince James amendment is in order. So On amendment one for the adding on legislation 0063-22, there's a motion by Honorable Vince James. This was read into the record, the heading, and the heading was just now read into the record by okay. Let me go back to Mr. Rico to read the heading into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24 Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0063-22 is an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Nabaquita Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,600,000 out of the Citizen Fund to cover the funding shortfall for the Ganado Chapter Senior and Veteran Center project, reapproving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. Legislation is also a two-thirds legislation. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there is a second by Honorable Otto So colleagues on this amendment number one. That, let me go to a floor. I do have now Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, colleagues. We appreciate the prayer. She has Chairman Freeland at today's Resource and Development Committee. Speaker, my question to Delegate James regarding the amendment, if we could ask for a modification, I would like to request a report on understanding the ARPA eligibility for premium pay. In reviewing all of the amendments and documents, there is no evidence that there has been a push to provide premium pay for our workers that are either on the front lines or working on the Navajo Nation government during this time, and that we could help them at this time with preferred pay. And I would just like to get that report on what would be the steps and who has been considered. Has there been any assessment? Speaker, that would be my request for the amending party to amend their amendment and have that report placed on the agenda. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair Crotty, this is what we have. Please Let's see if this is correct, Madam Chair. To what you're wanting to state on your report. Amendment, or this would just be a modification, is to add on a report from the Navajo Nation FRF Office and Department of Justice as it pertains to understanding the ARPA eligibility for premium pay for Navajo Nation employees. Is that correct?
Yes, Speaker.
With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James, there's a request to modify, to add this add this report onto the agenda.
So now that Speaker, this is Delegate James. I would kindly, respectfully request that we do it separate due to the fact that the petition only states any other legislation when you read the petition. So I would just kindly ask that we do that separate. That way we can address it with further detailed questions regarding on how we signed the petition to have the special session. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Pat? That. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, on Amendment 1?
Speaker Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleagues and staff. Request for a modification to add 0016-22 to this amendment. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Honorable Freeland. There's a request to modify Honorable Vince James to add on legislation 0016-22. Let me have Mr. Rico read that heading into the record, and then I'll go ahead and I'll come to you for clarity on the modification. With that, Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Tracking number 0016-22 is an action relating to the Resource and Development and Nabakia Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants, and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2025. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. This is also a 2/3 legislation. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, could I let me go back to the sponsor of the amendment. Honorable James, there's a request to modify.
Yes, since it's a legislation.
Okay, thank you. That the second Honorable also request to modify. You concur?
We're hopping the rainbow.
All right, he's good with it. That, colleagues, let me go back to Amendment 1. Is there any other comments or questions at this time? There's no comments or questions. Let me go ahead back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I just want to make sure that we have a great conversation regarding what's eligible in looking back and seeing how other municipalities have allocated their ARPA dollars. There has been a push for this premium pay for their workers to help offset not only, costs that incurred during COVID, but I know that there has been a push to help support our workers to get the type of services and the type of pay that they deserve. And so if ARPA could be that launch and help us move forward to providing an equitable, not an equitable, but a cost of living. There is no way that we can provide a cost of living from what the controller is trying to hire for the hardship program. I went through McDonald's, they're paying $13 an hour. And so you could literally get a entry-level job at McDonald's in Window Rock for $13 an hour, and you will get paid more than some of our Navajo Nation employees. So I think the report or the information is very important, and how we start having a conversation to provide a living wage for our community members. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Crotty. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Freeland.
Speaker,
With
as long as the
4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, as long as the modification was concurred, I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Hi, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? If there's none, let's go going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
This is Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty. I vote red.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater
Vote
votes
red.
red. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, okay, sure.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Speaker, 17 in favor, 3 opposed, and speaker not voting. Okay, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Speaker, 17 in favor, 3 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleague 17 in favor, 3 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. On Amendment 1. That, let me go ahead and go back to our main motion on our agenda. I have Honorable Charlene So in the queue. Honorable Charlene So, good afternoon. The floor is yours. On our main motion for adopting an agenda.
Chair, I did not request to be put in the queue. I was just asking how many were in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Freeland on the main motion. Review and adopt the agenda. Floor is yours.
Did you say Freeland, Speaker?
Honorable Freeland on the main motion.
I didn't request to speak, Speaker.
Moving on down, thank you. Honorable Otto So on the main motion. Where's his time? Moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair Crotty on the main motion. Floor is yours. On the adopt the agenda's main motion. I'm sure Amber Crotty going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes. Madam Chair, good afternoon again. The floor is yours.
Hagoshin, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if I could make a motion on our agenda to add report from the Office of Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds and our Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding what are the eligibility requirements for premium pay for Navajo Nation employees and or the enterprises that were included in our ARPA eligibility form sent to U.S. Treasury, and if that has been developed, if the council then can receive a copy prior to this report. Thank you, Speaker. That's my motion, and I'll reserve my time.
Second by Charles Newton.
Thank you very much for that. On amendment number 2. That sponsored by Madam Chair. Madam Chair Crotty. Mr. Rico, it's the same thing. It's just adding enterprises on there. So this is what it states now. This is what we have. Madam Chair Crotty. Add report from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office and Department of Justice as it pertains to understanding the ARPA eligibility for premium pay for Navajo Nation and enterprise and Navajo Nation enterprise employees. Is that correct?
Speaker Damon, thank you. This is Delegate Crotty. There were, I would just say, Navajo Nation employees who were included in the ARPA application to U.S. Treasury. It's my understanding it was more than just Navajo Nation government employees. It was the employees of the nation. And so it hasn't been clear then exactly what number was submitted to U.S. Treasury. And that was used in the formula for Navajo Nation allocation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. For Navajo Nation employees included in the
Navajo Nation employees and or enterprises who were included in the ARPA application to the federal government.
This is what we have, Madam Chair. A report from the FRF Office and Department of Justice as it pertains to understanding the ARPA eligibility requirements for premium pay for Navajo Nation employees who were included in the ARPA application to the U.S. Treasury.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. That is the request for the report, and if staff can send out the report that was provided to congressional leadership regarding our Navajo Nation police officers not receiving adequate pay, that would be helpful in this request. Thank you, Speaker.
Who did that? Madam Chair, who did that report on behalf of the nation?
On behalf of the nation, that was provided by Chair Charles Newton, and there was a PR by staff, and so they should have the report on the issue regarding the pay scale for our police officers. Thank you, Speaker.
We have that information. I think you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Newton. I'm seconding the amendment.
Okay. There's a second by I'm sure Charles Newton. on Amendment 2. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment number 2? Twice. Wait, 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go to the board on Amendment number 2.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Okay, Paul Begay votes green. Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
How about green?
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Cohen votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Chair votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Treasurer Chair.
Honorable Eugene So, excuse me. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker, I'm sorry, Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Again, the vote came with 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. Colleagues, since this motion did pass on the report, we did not give the FRF office or Department of Justice advance notice, so I don't know how fast they will be coming to put a report together as it would be next. So as we are notifying them now, colleagues, giving them heads up that there is a request for that report. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. I don't have, actually, we're on the main motion for a review and adopt the agenda. Is there any other further comments or questions, colleagues? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. If there's not, going twice. Going 3 times, colleagues. Mr. Rico, can you do a second reading? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Nomination Council, there are 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0063-22. That will be new business item A. Also to add legislation 0016-22 as new business item B. Amendment number 2 was to add a report from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office and the Department of Justice as it pertains to the understanding the ARPA eligibility requirements for premium pay for the Navajo Nation employees who were included in the ARPA application to the U.S. Treasury. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, we do have 2 amendments while adopting our agenda. So with that, let's go to the board. Approving our agenda with 2 amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadi, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Doug Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Speaker, with 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. On our main motion for adopting our agenda, 21 favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. You have an agenda here before us. Item number 4 is reports. Again, colleagues, we just now approved the request a report from the Navajo Nation Physical Recovery Fund Office and Department of Justice as it pertains to understanding the ARPA eligibility requirements for premium paid for the Navajo Nation employees who were included in the ARPA application to the U.S. Treasury. So with that, let me go to either Department of Justice or the Navajo Nation FRF office. If you would like to start on this report.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom with the FRF office.
Yes, Tom.
Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the council.
Oh.
I emailed you some information. So if I can go over that really quickly, Mr. Speaker. The first one is the
Hold
cover sheet.
on. Did you guys get that?
I got one. Was it blind copy? You sent it, everybody?
Oh, is someone send it to everyone?
I don't know, ask if you're going to copy this.
Did you guys get that information on your email? Colleagues,
I just forwarded it.
we just now forwarded it out again. Good. Okay, with that, Mr. Patero, let me go ahead and go to you. Floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, members of the
You have 20
council.
minutes on board.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I did send out 2 documents that are relative to the information that was requested. The first is a report from the U.S. Department of the Treasury with the title Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Overview of the Final Rule, U.S. Department of the Treasury. The date of it is January 2022. I just excerpt the section that applies to premium pay. Again, this was something that was made by the Treasury. The first part indicates that the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds may be used to provide premium pay to eligible workers performing essential work during the pandemic. Premium pay may be awarded to eligible workers up to $13 per hour. The way I understand that, and legal can correct me if I'm wrong, is the maximum amount that can be paid per hour is 13. The premium pay must be in addition to wages or remuneration, i.e. compensation, the eligible worker otherwise receives. Premium pay may not exceed $25,000 for any single worker during the program. Basically, I did some quick research on that. What that 25,000 cap means is for the duration of the full implementation of the ARPA and then FRF funds, the most any individual can receive is $25,000. The most anybody can receive for premium pay is $13 per hour, again capped out at $25,000. Recipients should undergo the following steps to provide premium pay for eligible workers. One is identify an eligible worker. Eligible workers include workers needed to maintain continuity of operations of essential critical infrastructure sectors. These sectors and occupations are eligible: healthcare, emergency response, sanitation, disinfection, and cleaning, maintenance, grocery stores, restaurants, food production and food delivery, pharmacy, biomedical research, behavioral health, medical testing and diagnostics, home and community-based healthcare, or assistance with activities of daily living, family and child care, social services, public health, mortuary, critical clinic research, development and testing necessary for COVID-19 response, state, local, or tribal government workforce, workers providing vital services to tribes, educational, home, nutrition, and other work required to operate a school facility, laundry, elections, solid waste or hazardous materials, management, response and cleanup work requiring physical interaction with patients, dental care, transportation and warehousing, hotel and lodging facilities that are used for COVID-19 mitigation and contamination. Beyond this list, the chief executive or equivalent of a recipient government may designate additional non-public sectors as critical so long as doing so is necessary to protecting the health and well-being of the residents of such jurisdiction. So the first part is you have to determine if they're an eligible worker or not. The second part is verify that the eligible worker performs essential work. Essential work means work that is not performed while teleworking. So what that tells me is that you can't claim premium pay if you were working from home. You have to actually be at the job site. The essential work has to involve either a regular in-person interactions with patients, the public, or co-workers of the individual that is performing the work, or regular physical handling of items that were handled by or are to be handled by patients, the public, or co-workers of the individual that is performing the work. So the first part, again, is identifying who is an eligible worker. The second part is verifying that the eligible worker performed essential work, with emphasis on the words essential work. On the third page of it, page 36 down at the bottom, is the third part. So the determination for premium pay is 3, confirm that the premium pay responds to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency. Under the final rule, which broadened the share of eligible workers who can receive premium pay without a written justifications, recipients may also meet this requirement in one of 3 ways. Eligible workers receiving premium pay is earning with a premium included at or below 150% of their residing state or county's average annual wage for all occupations as defined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Occupational Employment and Wage Statistics, whichever is higher on an annual basis, or eligible worker may receive premium pay is not exempt from the Fair Labor Standards Act overtime provisions, or if a worker does not meet either of the above requirements, the recipient must submit written justification to Treasury detailing how the premium pay is otherwise responsive to workers performing essential work during the public health emergency. This may include a description of the essential worker's duties, health, or financial risk faced due to COVID-19 and why the recipient determined that the premium pay was responsive. Treasury anticipates that recipients will easily be able to satisfy the justification requirement for frontline workers like nurses and hospital staff. And the last paragraph just basically reads, premium pay may be awarded in installments or lump payments, i.e. monthly, quarterly, etc., and may be awarded to hourly, part-time, or salaried or non-hourly workers. Premium pay must be paid in addition to wages already received and may be paid retrospectively. A recipient may not use SLF CARES FRF to merely reimburse itself for premium pay or hazard pay already received by the worker, and premium pay may not be paid to volunteers. So those are the parameters that I found relative to premium pay. Now, the second email that I sent you is with the heading Coronavirus Fund Relief Funds Allocations to Tribal Governments, May 5, 2020. And if you go to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, page 7, towards the bottom, you'll find a heading that reads Tribal Allocation Methodology. The American Rescue Fund Act of 2021. The act allocates 20 billion to tribal governments, directing that 1 billion be used allocated equally among eligible tribal governments, and 19 billion is to be allocated to tribal governments in a manner determined by the Secretary of the Treasury. Treasury has developed a coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds tribal government allocations methodology, which incorporates important feedback that tribal leaders shared during 5 tribal Treasury hosted tribal consultation in late March and early April of 2021. These consultations, Treasury requested and received input from tribal leaders regarding the allocation methodology, use of funds, and administrative activities such as reporting and compliance. Of the 19 billion that the act directed Treasury to allocate, Treasury's allocation methodology provided that 65% of these funds, or 12.35 billion, will be distributed based on pro rata self-certified tribal enrollment allocation. Treasury will distribute the remaining 35% of these funds, or 6.65 billion, based on self-certified tribal employment data employment allocation. For the employment allocation, an equitable minimum payment of $1 million will be made out to eligible tribal employees that confirm or amend their 2019 employment numbers. The Treasury will use self-certified enrollment numbers submitted to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in April 2021 for the enrollment allocation. Treasury will use the 2019 employment data submitted to Treasury in May 2020 in connection with the CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund for the employment allocation, and will require the tribal government confirm these numbers. And then the next one is just basically the tribal payment structure. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the 2 items that I have. If council wishes for us to pursue with Treasury what those numbers are as relative to the enrollment allocation and the employment allocation, we can certainly pursue the federal government and get that information. But it sounds like it was all formula based and based on information that was provided during the CARES process, so that information was then used to generate the ARPA FRF funding to the Navajo Nation. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Platero. Is there any further additional response or presentation from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice at this time?
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Good afternoon, Mel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Floor is yours, Mel.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of council. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ. I appreciate that very comprehensive explanation of premium pay. The only thing I would add is that Madam Chair Crotty asked about premium pay for employees of Navajo Nation enterprises, and they would be eligible. They would be employees of Navajo Nation enterprises would be considered tribal employees for purposes of premium pay. And so the same requirements would apply. They would have to be eligible workers who are performing essential work. And so that's the only thing that I would have to add. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if I may also add one more item, please.
Yes, thank you, Mel. Let me go back to Mr. Platero. Tom?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, in addition, this is the kind of like the part that we're looking at right now. The information that's provided to you would be all part of the eligibility determination process. Those would have to then be used onto the form that are requesting for those funds underneath the, I believe it's BFS 3121. Then you would go into the appropriation process, which is that the eligibility determination paperwork would be attached to a legislation. The legislation then would go through the 5-day comment period. Up to this point, all of the expenditure plans have been referred to Nabakiati and then council. Once council takes action on it, then it would go over to the president for final approval. Once that approval is done, then those funds would be released to the programs. So premium pay is an eligible project, but it has to go through the same process as all the other expenditure plans because it has to be allocated before it can be actually given to the recipients. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, there's a presentation by information from Mr. Tom Patero from the FRF office, and then also from Mr. Mel Rodas from the Department of Justice. So at this time, is there a motion, colleagues?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
All be gay. Second by Madam Chair Amber Cardi. That, colleagues, any comments or questions at this time?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Yes, Madam Chair Cardi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report, Mr. Patero, and the information. And for Mr. Rodas with DOJ, I appreciate that information. I don't think at any time during the work sessions we had talked about premium pay and the impact of our workers. Has there been a request from any of the executive programs or the office, the technical team, to provide or start allocating, assessing what workers would be covered under premium pay? I referred to a report that was provided to our congressional leadership, and colleagues, I'll look for that documentation. There is a need for our workers who, previous reports, they're not getting the same type of salary that they could get for border towns or comparable pay. They have worked through the COVID, and now as we're in this ARPA phase till 2026, I am trying to look for information, especially, we have our police officers, we had our EMTs, we had our CHRs, we had our senior centers open, we had chapters open, we had programs who were, got their staff to provide direct services. And I'm just not sure that how the nation is looking at these vital employees and the positions. And I'm not talking about political appointees. I am talking about the everyday worker that provided service and continues to provide service. Has there been an attempt to calculate premium pay for our employees, and understanding that the enterprise employees, we talk about NECA, we talk about NQA, we talk about these enterprises that help us, yet I haven't seen any example or any type of evidence that there is a move to try to support these families, because it's my understanding like an NQA worker was working 6 days a week, maybe 1 day off, and doing that consistently. I just need to know if anyone's looking at that, and because I need to know what would be a cost. And I did see that the 3 branch chief had recommended up to a 5% GWA, but that's a GWA from a salary that still is pennies on the dollars from what could be made somewhere else. So I would just like a little bit more information on that, and to see what discussions were made so we're not duplicating this discussion. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time at 1 minute, 57 seconds. That, moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay going twice.
Speaker, I guess I was muted. My apology. But let me go back then. The premium pay Nindiki from the opera office. Ecuador yard Nindiki la Hanet Land Atisan Aj. A coco chapter has Ade. Halet Ajiki Doyego Land not Nesta. In chapter, they utilizes the PEP during the pandemic. And then again, if it's a pandemic, how come some of our emergency legislations aren't being abided by? They raise another question because the premium paid says it has to be utilized during the pandemic status. Ako akilahit ako doon ki chapter GK alanjit na nelo alanjit but ada pa snack ko ilahit ako do the opera office Asia kako sa maybe if Division Community Development can provide update of how they had been administering this particular process on behalf of the chapter administration and even the PEP. The net like for example, PEP, they don't even get paid for holidays, but yet they work on certain days. They're called in, and I'm not sure if they're just given comp time or something like that. Nan Lindiki between Nahot Dod Arjun Hata Inishiki between Nahui Hashit out a session. Upon Hinlata Ben Hitchayat chapter the Tati Tahaki. I would ask you that's the speaker. I forgot that this was a session, not Nabi, but let me reserve my time for further comment question on it.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Let me go back to letters. Let me go to the FRF office and then Mr. Rodas, if you'd like to add anything for response at this time.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom with the FRF office.
Yes, Tom.
Just a couple of things. My time and my experience with the premium and special duty pay, or not the premium pay, special duty and hazard pay was during my time at Office of Legislative Services. So all the comments I'm about to provide are related to my experiences to get my staff paid. When I transferred over to General Services, by that time, special duty and hazard pay had already lapsed in February of 2021, I believe, because the go back to work order had taken place, which is separate. That's the point that I think council and everybody listening in needs to understand, is that when you're talking premium pay, the previous name for it was special duty pay and hazard pay, which was under the CARES Fund. There was an allocation that was given out, and I did timesheets, I did paperwork for Office of Legislative Services. When the pandemic hit, we did an assessment for staff, any staff that had health issues, any staff that was over 60 years old, because we didn't know about the coronavirus at that time, we set those staff aside and sent them home. You got to remember that the Navajo Nation issued an administrative order that all workers went home. So basically, we had the whole entire nation receiving a paycheck without a system of determining if any work was actually being done. And that was my concern when we just sent people home. In the environment that I worked at Legislative Services, I was never made aware, or any of the timekeepers that I know of were made aware of the CARES funding that was available from the Office of the Controller. There were reports made to various committees that this notice was sent out, but I myself, as somebody that received the emails on the timesheets, never received that notice. All of the payments that were processed for the Office of Legislative Services staff were within the available funds. We transfer savings from vacancies. We transfer funds from operational costs into the special duty pay. The one part that you have to remember is that it's very difficult to calculate exactly what was special duty pay and hazard pay underneath the CARES program. The first part of it, when payroll implemented it, the staff that were non-exempt were paid, but they were paid as overtime. They weren't paid as special duty or hazard pay. Those account numbers, the 4-digit numbers that track those expenditures, weren't done until later. So the first part of it, when those individuals, those that worked at the Office of Legislative Services, we only had a staff of 7. Those were the staff that volunteered. We did not force anybody to work. We did not tell them they had to come to work. And those 7 basically ran the entire operation for, I believe, about 9 months. Where they're getting premium paid, and everybody wanted to come back to work because they wanted the premium pay. Even at that juncture, my stance on it was you shouldn't get premium pay if you're teleworking from home. So we had several people that were upset with me, but it's like, no, you can't. How are you endangering yourself by working from home? So that was the stance that I took there. So all of the payments that were processed for legislative services were processed using existing funds, savings, items that we declared because when COVID shut everybody down, our travel costs went down, our supply costs went down. All of those generated savings that we were able to then pay our staff. So that was also the time when we had to do the CARES legislation. And I believe one evening we went until 2:30 in the morning. So I made sure all of my staff got paid. I can't speak for the other legislative departments. I can't speak for the executive department, but it was a task to get the paperwork done in a manner that would be acceptable, both by general accounting and then payroll. Ako'y the paperwork. I think we submitted the paperwork about 7 or 8 times, but through the persistence of the support staff, those were all paid out. And so it was a matter of understanding what documents needed to be paid, what documents needed to be set up so that general accounting would accept it and then move it on to payroll. Even when it got back to payroll added in additional requirements. Towards the end of it, when I was there getting stuff done, and I transitioned over to general services, we had the hardest time getting people paid because the paperwork was held up at general accounting. They were auditing the requirements of the special duty and hazard pay when that should have been performed by payroll. So it seemed like at every juncture of it, we were running into roadblocks, and that's where it's understandable why not everybody got what they were received for. So I believe the allocation underneath the CARES was not expended nowhere near what was budgeted, and all that was reallocated by council in the end. So on the special duty pay, though hazard pay, I see not so speaking jaga, na ajish kido hajo, at all the quanon played us a hot the should know a art a hospital no day out never in the Asia. Shaya do I seek it at the theater a art and the nishigi out of it in the Asia. So that's the CARES portion of it. Now, if council so wishes to pursue premium pay now underneath the CARES, underneath the ARPA and an FRF fund has new requirements, which would probably require a development by human resources and Department of Personnel Management payroll. They would need to come up with criteria, create those ones so that those align with the paperwork that I sent you as far as the $13 max and somebody would need to track it and say, as soon as you hit that 25,000, that would be done. So the CARES portion of it, people were paid for almost a year. We had one staff that left the day the emergency was declared. We never saw them again, and they got paid that whole time. There was no reporting system. There was no, what did you get done? They just automatically got the paycheck. The other part of it is during that time when those employees were home, they all accumulated annual and sick leave. So even though they weren't at work, when they came back to work, they basically accumulated a year of annual and sick leave to add into what they already had before. So that'll be the question that I respond to on that. The everyday worker, it's all there. We just have to get people to understand that there's a process. We have to adhere to that process. But part of that process also is that the allocations need to be made. Now that I can answer underneath the tribe. What I can't answer is underneath the enterprises, because I didn't work with the enterprises. I believe there were some allocations that were made out to gaming because they had shut down. That's the only one that I'm aware of, but I'm sure that legislative services, legislative council, and them or somebody can do a recap of what was all paid out, because I know that council allocated some of those CARES funds to those enterprises to go on ahead and help them with those costs over there. So Delegate Key Alambige, now this kid, how much is left? Yeah, CARES CARES is closed out. All of the reports have been submitted. There are no more CARES funds. Underneath the ARPA, FRF, Council has to make that appropriation. Then it goes into the process of setting all of those ones up. So that's a quick answer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Any further response from Mr. Arotis at this time?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. In response to Madam Chair Crotty's question regarding whether any applications were submitted for premium pay by any of the executive branch or any of the other branches. Yes, in late March, there was a submission by DPM for premium pay for Navajo Nation employees for all three branches. That request was for $9.9 million. And essentially DPM was asking for $1,500 for regular status, Navajo Nation regular status employees, judges, and PEP workers. Sorry, let me see who else. Chapter employees and political at-will employees and temporary employees. So unfortunately, the Appendix A was very sparse. It didn't explain any eligibility criteria and who would get the $1,500 premium pay, what it was based on, and so forth. So DOJ returned it requesting additional information, and it was not resubmitted. So, and we clarified in the determination memo, what the requirements for premium pay are. So, up to $13 per hour and no more than $25,000 per employee, which is in addition to the employee's regular compensation. It's only for eligible workers. So we asked if the employees that would be receiving the $1,500 were employees that were needed to maintain continuity of operations of essential critical infrastructure or additional sectors in the government to protect the health and well-being of the people. And then, we asked what was the essential work that these employees were providing, and if they were interacting with other employees, members of the public, and so forth. And then how was it responsive? How are the payments responsive to COVID and the three conditions for that? As Mr. Platero mentioned earlier, the payments would have to be less than or equal to 150% of the state or county's average annual wages for all occupations, and then, or they would have to be eligible to meet or to receive premium pay. Excuse me. They would have to be eligible for overtime pay under the Fair Labor Standards Act, or a justification would have to be submitted to Treasury. So we just asked for additional information about who would be receiving the premium pay and why. There was another request submitted by the judicial branch as well. And there was a request for premium pay submitted by a nonprofit in St. Michael's. But the one from DPM was the main one that we reviewed that would cover all Navajo Nation employees. And again, that was not resubmitted with the additional information that we requested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Rogers, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue at this time. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker, Yate, good afternoon, Speaker.
Yes.
Ashin.
Oh.
Okay, Yate, yeah, it was a very good report from Mr. Platero. That was good, crystal clear, I understand. But to make sure that we don't need to get these paid, double payment, we don't want to get these type of against accountability. There should be no double pay. They will have to be very careful to examine these a payment to be made for those have not been paid yet. And in the past, under the former controller, her time that she pay hazard and the special duty pay while these workers they were at home. It down to Tahasia. Are they going to pay back? Because we had to be very careful. Your explanation was clear to make sure that these people were at home, at their home, they shouldn't receive pay. That's my question, Mr. Platero. Yeah, so also I'd like to say thanks to the DOJ. Your help is important to the Navajo Nation. I request to reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jim Miller. Reserve time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Let me go on down to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll come back to the sponsor. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Platero, for presenting this report to the council. Just wanted to really hear it from the administration. So what you indicated, I just want to hear yes or no, is that the administration did not consider a premium pay for those individuals that worked during COVID across the board. The administration. That's going to be my first question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Now let me go back to Ms. Platero and then Mr. Rodas. Mr. Platero, good afternoon. Again, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, on Delegate Yellowhair's question, and Mr. Rodas, I think, can make it a little bit more clear, is there's timeframes that have to fit in. The previous definition used by personnel and the Navajo Nation was premium and hazard pay. Though those are not going to be applicable because they were related to CARES. If the nation is going to pursue it, it'll probably need to update the language in there for premium pay. But again, it comes down to an allocation of funds that could be used for this, and that appropriation process rests with the legislative and executive leadership of the Navajo Nation. Regarding Delegate Otto So's request, also that is a twofold answer. CARES special hazard to special duty pay those all those accounts for CARES were closed out. Underneath ARPA and then FRF, Mr. Rodas indicated the ones that he did receive. As far as I know, there has been no premium pay submitted for the executive branch as a whole. I believe Judicial did submit something that was going through review, but I'm not sure that the final state of that. But the Navajo Nation also has been paying out COVID leave, which is, I believe, 120 hours that people will be eligible for. So those are my responses. I'm not sure if Mr. Rodas has any more to add. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to Honorable Vice Chair So's question, in terms of did the administration consider premium pay for all Navajo Nation employees? Again, DPM requested premium pay for all Navajo Nation employees, including chapter employees as well, and temporary employees. But I wasn't party to any conversations of how that originated. So I don't know if that was from DPM only, or if that was a conversation with other leadership, including OPVP. So I can't actually speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, on the report? Before I go back to reserve time. If there's not,
I've got a
go back to-
question, Speaker.
Yes, good
Speaker's chair.
afternoon. Madam Chair Charles Zun, then Honorable Eugene So. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. My question is, with this premium pay, that is separate from an actual special duty pay and hazard pay. Is that correct? I know with CARES, we did do special duty pay and hazard pay. I just want to make sure that that the premium pay is separate. So in the event that we should, do another special duty pay or hazard pay using ARPA money, the premium pay wouldn't apply to that. I reserve my time.
What? That 4 minutes and 34 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, and then I'll come back to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So.
So participants还说他的在生活在那很多他真的日本那种，but I see how doing that a year and 2 or 3 months now we've been asking the same question again and again. 是的，这都是的husband 在你真的真会，那还真很大的这个，比别说看还看的那个有距离。But other than that case, also since we've been discussing this for over a year.
I don't know when we're going to approve this 0086. That's an overkill, going to overkill. Seems that it's very elementary. The network cake on peso. But that president, Nevada is in it. They voted, more people voted for him than we did. I didn't hear it. It's 05257. Shilla, not a seat in it. The she no 86 and 87. I cried out on it's not 86 cup. No, but let it open a hood. Not all on joke, just not alone. We're debating. Other than not, just any banana on our just. Then we stay on the agenda for so long, the 3 hours in the Landa Italy. Additional to not reports, John just now told me. I was up to the credit, no, not a deal kid on our just. But I tell us me under a deal kid. He was just Benet to the whole just so. I don't recess, I did, he turned a deal in. All that I could understand as a council. I'm sorry to say that I'm a council delegate too. I feel somehow, sometimes, I must have been really don't know some of the words that on this paper nonsense, etc. But I feel like it's time to get rid of get this thing across and let the president sign it. When are we going to do this? Another year, or we still going to talk about it? I don't feel good about it, my colleagues. We've been at this for over a year and 2 or 3 months. But we should have got it done a long time ago. I don't know how long we're going to do this again. Now, last week we had 2 meetings, 2 days. We didn't get nothing done. Now we got 3 days. I don't know if we're going to get anything done. I想the headlines, okay. Because all that has speakers, it kind of bothers me. Thank you. Yeah, now. Serve my time.
Yeah, that reserve time at 1 minute 59 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? There's none. We'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute 57 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Speaker, if I could request from Department of Justice the proposals that DPM submitted for ARPA eligibility. I'm not sure if they were just requesting the 1,500, but I think in terms of what was being presented, especially for workers who are absolutely in the front line, police officers, EMTs, CHRs, senior center staff that are delivering food, people that are delivering stuff, and COVID is still here. This is still happening. Families are still impacted, and so I just need to make sure what is being requested, and then what are opportunities for this council to support by vote of the council on how to support the work that's being done, and if this is considered a government service part of that allocation, or if this is something that we could make some decisions on, whether it be as a council, regionally, but there should be some work done to see how ARPA dollars can support premium pay. And I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 37 seconds, Madam Chair. That, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Then I'll go back to the sponsor, or actually the presenter.
Sheikh Nando Discodo. These are United States Kiki later one time an employee showed me the pay stub. It does say duty, special duty or hazard pay that should call. but it indicates that the individual's biweekly payment stayed the same. If there were funding, if the CARES funding was utilized for paying the staff with the same amount of what they get paid for, shouldn't there be any savings from the regular Navajo Nation payroll? What's that? Because any hazard pay or special duty pay should be an added dollar amount rather than just paying the individual with their regular payment. Regular payroll. So jobat haki hajoba na idil kitonda in his chapter tata di dakito ni chapter staff and then ki yinda idil kitiki jo ekhote papa na idil kitni he. Zashi to asa na idil kitchin halende. But I'm providing, asking information that are being asked by me, by the local chapter government, senior centers, or any other programs that are at the lower level, even at the agency level. Like this morning, one of the social service area, wage adjustment, so only a few got a wage adjustment, but the rest of us are still waiting for a wage adjustment for the past 2 years. Not don't need such not hot net. So that's to papa nighty kito hit all the to job up and the. So I believe that we have every right to ask the question as we wish on behalf of our Navajo people and the staff. Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve time of 43 seconds. Let me go back to Mr. Tom Patero and then Mr. Mel Rodas, if there's any response at this time.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I believe the answer to Delegate Chair Charles Newton's question about premium pay being separate, I do believe it is separate, but Mel Rodas can correct me on that if I'm wrong. On the question, Delegate Eugene So's was mainly comments, and Delegate Crotty's question was to DOJ to provide copies of the other document. Regarding Delegate Key Allen Begay, on the special duty pay hazard pay. What happened during CARES was at one point, the chart of accounts on the Navajo Nation was updated to add new 4-digit numbers. Those pay are in addition to the regular pay. So that was how they were categorized. And that's where earlier when I was presenting, when the hazard and special duty pay, or it was just first special duty pay, hazard was added later. When the special duty pay was added or first opened up to the Navajo Nation, they only paid it out to non-exempt employees. Exempt employees, they didn't get paid. So for the first part of it, it hit the overtime account. So that's why it's really difficult to reconcile what part of it was special duty pay because that account wasn't created until later. So that's where the difference would be. As far as savings, I can't answer that. That would probably be directed to Office of the Controller or Payroll Department to answer that. The last part of it is Delegate Key Allen Begay asked a question on wage adjustment. Wage adjustment has its own set of rules. When the council approves a general wage adjustment, that's automatic. Well, it's not technically automatic. It's automatic for general fund employees. The tribe takes the money from the personnel lapse fund and gives it to those that are paid out of general funds. Everybody else that's not paid with general funds, say proprietary, fixed costs, all of the contracts, the federal government that are federal government employees, they have to find it within their budget to pay those out. So just like with the 23 process now, with part of the appropriation, there's money that was given to the general funds. But the individuals that aren't general funds, they have to find their own money in their budget to pay those ones out. So that's the general wage adjustment that's approved by council during the annual appropriations process. The other process that's available to Navajo Nation employees is what they call a within grade increase. Within grade increase comes with its own set of rules. Say the council is one business unit, yeah. You have 24 employees, 24 delegates. If delegate 6 and delegate 9 don't have their annual performance appraisals up to date, the other 22 aren't eligible for that within grade increase. Everybody in that business unit has to be current with all of their information. If there's one person or two persons in that group that doesn't have it, then personnel will return it because the unit didn't have everybody brought up to date. So when I've come to different departments, when I first came to legislative services, they were 12 years behind on their evaluations, which tells me that within those 12 years, those employees didn't get any within grade increases. When I went to transportation, they were 3 to 4 years behind. When I went to general services, some of the programs were 3 to 5 years behind. So what that tells me is because management wasn't keeping all of those documents up to date, then people became ineligible. And it's not just for the individuals that didn't get their evaluations done, it's the whole unit. So that's where we need to get on top of this so that those staff that are eligible, it's management's responsibility to take care of their employees. So the employees, again, yeah, you can be the best worker there, but if one person in your unit didn't get their evaluation done, then that makes you ineligible. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that,
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Mr. Rodas, is there, if there's anything else to follow up on? But hold on, Mr. Rodas, point of privilege on report here. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Per the statement that was just now made by Mr. Platero, it is management's responsibility to take care of their employees. My question, Speaker, is in the event that the appointed officials who are the directors, who are at the top of the, I guess at the top of the chain of command here, if they are not taking care of their employees by doing the general wage adjustments or even offering the premium pay or even, informing employees of this premium pay, what options are available to, I guess maybe, like how can we hold them accountable for not doing their job? And, normally with employees, I know they can be written up, but with the appointed directors or appointed officials in the Nez Lizer administration, if they're not doing that, what options does council have in that case to, to basically tell them that they're not doing their job? Thank you, Speaker.
I would have to refer to Department of Personnel Management, maybe even Ms. Barbroff to answer that question. But division directors to be held accountable is by the president himself. I don't know if there's anybody on from the Department of Personnel Management to answer that question right now.
Oh, I'll get back. Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Thomas C. Woody with Department of Personnel Management.
Yes, Ms. Woody. I'm sure you heard Madam Chair Charles Newton's question. Is there anything that the council can do to hold division directors accountable?
A lot of the way the policy is currently written, it's a shared responsibility in terms of individual managers. they have the responsibility, especially if they have subordinates, they have the initial responsibility of managing their staff. So the accountability has to start with the supervisor providing the necessary means to provide an objective performance evaluation. Now, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, I heard to the effect of premium pay or to the effect of other pays. The only thing that would be affected here in terms of performance is merit pay and bonus pay. Now, holding the policy is very straightforward in terms of holding the managers accountable. To that accountability, if, say, for instance, a supervisor is not, when you put in and factor in all of, say, for instance, a supervisor who is a professional at will, they may only be there for a year or even less, depending on the responsibilities that they hold. Now, if the individual is not there, another person comes in. So, you're factoring in the fact that there's turnover as well. So that's one part of it. So you can't really, when you're talking about holding division directors accountable, the accountability always is going to start with the managers. And so ensuring that they provide the necessary means to do an objective performance evaluation so that the employees don't miss out on this merit pay. I do, however, disagree in the practice that is currently being performed. I can give you examples of why the disagreement is because, say, for instance, using that example of a supervisor who is being the turnover happening, a new supervisor comes in, and then all of a sudden they have to do the work of the previous supervisor. And so what happens there is that supervisor then is now accountable for those past evaluations, and then holding that person accountable for the responsibilities of getting and ensuring that the rest of everybody is updated. And then having to go through that, meaning that what will normally happen is where's the responsibility in terms of a fair evaluation? Somebody who missed out on 2 years of the evaluation is all of a sudden this new manager has to now provide the necessary means to do an evaluation. That's what I mean. I disagree with that. It's already a practice right now and currently. And I think that's an area that we can revisit and we could definitely fix those. The other part is, real-time information. I know that we're looking into, we procured a new human resources management system, and we're also in the process of ensuring that the implementation of that, and that's going to take some time. So it allows for us to have real-time information, that everything isn't just done manually. So we have an idea of whose evaluation is due. We have evaluations that come in daily. So we're just trying to ensure that everyone is held accountable to that. With this, the evaluations, as I understand it, goes through this committee who essentially is the one that overviews and reviews those, the merit pay or bonus pay, and they're the ones that are tasked or given the responsibilities to say, okay, this person is due an evaluation. This person is not due an evaluation because of the history that maybe evaluations weren't presented, on a timely basis. So in terms of, again, going back to the question about division directors don't all see evaluations. Sometimes it's within the department. Sometimes they may be able to get the evaluations. It just depends on the circumstances with a particular, if a division requires that the division director oversees that, then the question will come from that. And definitely concerns would then follow that. But holding everybody accountable, anybody who is a manager, holding them accountable to their subordinates is so vital in order for an employee to understand what their strengths and weaknesses are. And so that's the best answer I can give you at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I did, okay, thank you very much. Let me go back to Mr. Rodas, as I was going to you before the question of point of privilege. Mr. Rodas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just sending out, per Madam Chair Crowdy's request, I'm just sending out that DPM application for premium pay for her review. And then also DOJ's eligibility determination that requested additional information. In response to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question about whether special duty pay, hazard duty pay, and premium pay are different, they are different. Under the Treasury final rule on FRF, it does specify that premium pay can be thought of as hazard pay under the federal definition of hazard pay, but the Navajo Nation created its own definition of hazard pay. So they should be thought of differently. And then also under the Treasury's final rule, it specifies that recipients, meaning the Navajo Nation in this case, recipients of FRF, may award premium pay retroactively. However, FRF funds cannot be used to reimburse a recipient, in this case, the nation, or a grantee. Like if the nation, granted FRF for premium pay to an enterprise or a nonprofit or so forth, it can't be used to reimburse for hazard pay that's already been received by the employee. So you can make retroactive payments with FRF, but it has to be a new cash outlay. It can't be something that has already, we can't reimburse ourselves for the special duty pay and hazard pay that we've already paid out. It has to be a new cash outlay, and it's in addition to the wages that the worker already received. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Mr. Rodas, let me go ahead and go back then. I was on reserve time. Going forward if you're joining us, we are on reports. We're getting an update from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds Office and Department of Justice on ARPA eligibility requirements for premium pay. So with that, let me go back to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker of Navajo Nation, President Dighton for Councilman Jet. Mr. Patel's report is great. Yes, there's two things that were almost applied. CARE Act funds, American Rescue Plan Act
the rules of the same as the U.S. Treasury. Yes, the CARE Act is it's a final. It's been duration date has been done, but we're all waiting for a audit. Let's see what audit is going to say on the CARE Act. But under American Rescue Plan Act funds, I want to say thanks to Madam Chair Gina Charles Newton. Thank you for this concerns that we're all concerned about it. And my concern is make sure that we don't get duplicate pay for those people that we don't want to do that. We have to be very cautious under control to make these examinations to make sure before they pay. And that's it for me, but I'll reserve my time. Speaker, I don't hear Mr. Patero. Thank you, Stella. Reserve my time.
Thank you.
Speaker, yeah.
And you reserve your time at 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes and 15 seconds on reserve time. Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 13 seconds. Huh? That, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 34 seconds. $4:34.
Yeah, I have one other question. I know that there was supposed to be some changes made to the DPM employee policy regarding the ARPA funds. Has that been completed? I reserve my time.
4 minutes and 25 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute and 59 seconds.
그치?
Oh,
데이터베이스 코드베이스 아티시고 신이 에디시 시도도 내총 하나 배자다 쓰인다 시도 니오테 오니가 요 콜 나르스 인도 텍스 나르스 share what I was saying. So we need to get this thing across, Mr. Speaker, to say, Honorable Seth Damon, we have to take this across. We've been at this question for indefinitely since for a year and almost a half now. We need to get this across. Those people need it out there. We need it on the ground. We need to put this fund on the ground. Thank you, Speaker. So on my colleague said, thought that's not and really strongly to put this on the floor and take it out of take it across to the president, let him sign, and let's start working. Thank you. Wait my time.
thank you very much, Eugene So. That, let me go ahead and go back to the presenters of the report. Let me start with Ms. Botero, then Mr. Rodas, and then I think there was a question to again, Ms. Woody, regarding policy changes on DPM. So I'll come back to you as well. That, Mr. Platero, if anything, and if not, then I'll go to Mr. Rodas.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there's anything for an FRF officer.
Hey, Mr. Rodas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just review in response to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question about has the PPM been amended to address FRF? Just reviewing DIB now, I don't see any HESI resolutions amending the PPM with respect to FRF funding. So I would have to defer to DPM on that, but my understanding is that there are some procedural changes, at least with respect to hiring FRF employees and how to expedite that hiring process. So, but I would have to defer to DPM. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maybe later. That. Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Let me go to back to Ms. Woody.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Thomasita Woody. In regards to Council Delegate Charles Newton's question, at the present time, there is some revisions that are being amended in the policy. Right now, they will be presented to HES. They were already at one point presented, and a few changes and revisions that were going to be submitted for review and approval, but they weren't related to the FRF program or department. The FRF, to expedite and kind of following what Mr. Rodas was saying, is that with the FRF, we've made some amendments to our PCQ form and to expedite the hiring of FRF personnel. The form was, I believe, currently the original form is about 8 or 9 pages. So we can condense that down to 3 pages to help FRF program to expedite the hiring of staff for the program itself. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woody. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and sorry, colleagues, someone muted me. Colleagues, going back to the floor, if there's any other comments or questions, before I go back to reserve time, we are on the report. There's none, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 37 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm not quite sure if my question was answered, if this is considered general or government services or under one of the sections. I'm rebooting my internet, so if I could have that answered. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time, 22 seconds. I'm going back to Ms. Platero. Or Ms. Woody.
All I have from Delegate Crotty was a request from NNDOJ on my notes. So I'm not sure what her question is. I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rodas or Ms. Woody, I don't know if you guys heard her. Madam Chair, they didn't hear your question. I'm coming back to you. I'm taking away any of your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker. To clarify, I did get Mr. Rodas' email. I just need to know what section is premium pay under. If you could give me the number, or is this considered government services? in that portion of our, what is that called? The revenue loss, where we get to allocate funding for government services. I'd need that to be clarified. Thank you, Speaker. Let me know if there's any additional information that needs to be provided.
Thank you. Let me go back to Mr. Rodas then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Crotty, for the question. It's actually, premium pay is its own category of FRF under ARPA. It's category 2, and it's to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers of the government that are performing such essential work, or by providing grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers who perform essential work. So premium pay is its own category of FRF. Of the 4 categories, it's category 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Pat, move on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 43 seconds on the report that's been given.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Maybe just directly ask those that are online for maybe payroll or human resource to address the Trinity Agency Social Service staff, seeing that they're being picked of who gets the wage adjustment process, and leaving out some of the staff. I don't believe it needs for me to go this far to get things resolved at the agency level or even at the chapter level. Speaker,
Thank you. That used up all your time, Honorable Keon Begay. Pat, let me go on down to Honorable Camila here, 2 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yeah, Nana Speaker. So share kodo on the case of this second. The way just provided that official than Lenigi, chapter officials. I don't need to die here, me staff out of the here than just provided staff. These chapters were open during the time. I'd like to Mr. Tom Patero know this was happened. I hope that get information for all these people supposed to get paid under hazard pay, and others should be paid too. Mr. Patero, and make sure everything's correct. We don't want to be abuse these federal funds because it's very important. We have to be honest and be trust, especially the manager. We don't want to favor one individual employee. When one individual gets $500, everybody should get $500. Be fairness. She wants to I'm proud your concern is very important due to accountability, and also Eugenia Trust Newton, our Madam Chair. I'll wait my time now. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Honorable Otto So. Otto So going twice. Also going 3 times. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newland, 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm awaiting the response that Delegate Crotty had asked, so I'm going to reserve my time.
Madam Chair, Charles Newland, 4:20 is your reserve time, but I think Mr. Rodas answered that question for her. Madam Chair, Charles Newland.
Speaker, I'm sorry, without taking time away, was the document, which document were they referring to and when was that sent?
Mr. Rodas.
Thank you, Speaker. I sent the document about 15 minutes ago to yourself and Madam Chair Crotty and Ms. Bobroff, Mr. Rico, Chief Yazzie, and I did not send it to the entire council, so I apologize for that. I wasn't aware that I should send it to the whole council, but perhaps Mr. Rico might be able to send it.
Thank you. Mr. Rodas sent it, and Mr. Rico's sending it again right now. With that, colleagues, we go back to okay, with that, let me go. Any further comments or questions, colleagues? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time before I go back to reserve time. Let me go ahead and go back to reserve time then. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 22 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I've received the document. If I could ask DPM why they haven't rescinded the document and why the request was that 9.9 million. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Okay, with that, reserve time at 10 seconds. Let me go to DPM.
This is Thomasita Woody.
Yes, Ms. Woody.
Can you provide me a little bit more insight of Councilwoman Crotty's question? What is it that DPM didn't rescind? I need clarification.
Ms. Woody, your organization sent in a $9.9 million request, and Mr. Rodas and his team returned it back to you asking for additional information. Why haven't you resubmitted that? I think that's the question. Is that the question? Sorry, Madam Chair. I mean, I'm speaking.
That's the question. Thank you, Speaker, for helping. The document was sent out. I just forwarded to council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Woody?
Okay, our office never received the feedback in relation to a response. So it's difficult for me to provide a response. What I can say, and to clarify some of the confusion in terms of DPM's involvement, and I believe it's in all of the meetings that I've been able to listen to regarding this particular resolution, was that DPM's involvement was just to provide the necessary means in terms of information. We didn't sponsor it. We assisted the sponsor in it. In terms of every other branch, we also provided the numbers for those particular employees that are currently on the payroll. We also just, and that has been stated throughout this whole time with this resolution and with the sponsor. And I just wanted to clear that up. DPM has information in regards to personnel. So the easy guidance we can give is submitting that information to the necessary individuals that is within within our responsibility and guidance. So I hope that clears that up. So it doesn't necessarily come back to DPM, because we were just providing the information. And that was our involvement, and that was Ms. Tottie's involvement with Sponsor Freeland. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Fowler here as well.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fowler. If you'd like to add on some more information, the floor is yours.
Oh, Shiyash. Honorable Crowley, 19th Kitty, Physical Recovery Fund request Waliani Auto ADA Chief of Staff Ecuador Shiyash and Lenny Honorable Freeland Sabedanahdit Ahi Haidila Ako AD Department of Personnel Management Nini Hane La AD Nisto Hane La Indal Nish and the Executive Branch Legislative Judicial Jahatno Ondal Nishibik Aho on Hahatato Sleep Nihit on Need Epic Heta Ilia Auto ADP MNIA that the initiate Nakadili Auto Quas Niji Ibaka Dili Johot Ae Benahast Ando Sabetanohdit Ahi Benahast Anko AD Nahanda Nishi Jo Ebakacho Ba Ete needs the Nashin with Ae Edelia Oko Opohotes Aneta Oyo Sabech Nataha Nel Oko Dobelana Asnida Shani on it needs so since Jordan Atibayana das Tilan Johnny sheet the ARPA funds but it Ninigi FRFGA a premium pay special duty do hazard pay at a do illi the she does link DCO hadisi need Satobe not need so the auto in Lada not so Cataliane atos la shale yedo atos la nahanal sos the the ineligible Niniki sheet Shabaho no sandole Nahabaho no sandole wa Oko 88 Okut even not your quahasti if you had showing Aisha not Anosani though if you had Shiash.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Fowler. That let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, second call, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Where do you go? Honorable Otto So going twice. Auto So going 3 times. That moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Speaker, so at this point, then I'm gathering that premium pay is not anything that is being submitted at this point. At one time, I did ask if we were offering competitive or comparable salaries or hourly wages to those working on the hardship, and I was told that they were working on it. Can I get an update on that? I mean, is that part of the premium pay? I reserve my time, Speaker.
With that, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Mr. Patero or Ms. Fowler or Ms. Woody?
This is Ms. Fowler. Yad Eshiyaj, Adash Taike had nothing Kidigi, the compensation update, the Ninigi Ati Ben Danish, Ado, the HR Matters webinar, Delia, Ita Becha de Z, Konda a recording, Shinta and Chinto, Nisto, Yisidis, Anza, Nabikias, Kiigi, Ita Ilia, and could update Nado, Nika no Anza, go of Nahado, just a condition on Chinada Disney. 1 second, that Ahana state or like, yeah.
Thank you. Any other response?
Point of privilege, Speaker.
What a privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. My point is that based on the response that has been provided, I don't understand why just a simple yes or no can be, the answer can be provided right now. I have been asking that question about the hardship employees because on the record it was stated at one time that none of the employees were making $9 an hour, but then I got a text message at that same time saying one employee was making $9.33 an hour, which technically is $9 an hour. So I just need to know, is DPM working to increase the pay for hardship temporary, or for actually the temporary employees who are working during this time, since we still have COVID? I just need a yes or a no answer, not a response of, we'll send you the reporting of when we answer that question. Since we're talking about premium pay, I'm just wondering if that is part of the premium pay and whether that, they just can't answer that question because it's part of the premium pay, or if that's like something separate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, let me go back to, I guess, Dr. Fowler or Ms. Woody or even Ms. Patero.
Yes, this is Dr. Fowler. The answer to your question is yes, DPM is working on the individuals that are making $13 an hour and less. Madam Chair, thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Patero, go ahead, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, this is a healthy discussion. However, council should be aware that right now, premium pay doesn't exist for the Navajo Nation because there is no funding source for it. There has been no allocation for premium pay. No money has been set aside to explore it. That allocation is probably what will trigger the development of all of these policies and procedures that would implement all of those. We did provide you the guidelines, so it's very difficult when the discussion is, does premium pay apply? Right now, it is an unfunded initiative of the Navajo Nation, so we need to be careful with that.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Platero was talking about, the premium pay and how there's no money right now. What I wonder is, how is this premium pay different from the merit and bonus pay? If you look at the documents that Tom Platero sent us, his office, the OPVP FRF office, they have merit bonus pay, object account number 2710, and it looks like their revised budget is for $7,034. and they actually expended $5,648 with a remaining balance of $1,386. So how does this, I guess what I'm concerned about, Speaker and colleagues, is we're talking about premium pay for our boots on the ground, yet they have the FRF offices through the division directors have within their budgets the merit and bonus pays. So, how is it we're giving merit and bonus pays for the directors and, the salaried employees, but we're not giving premium pay to those employees who are the boots on the ground and those who are hourly and temporary. So if I can get some clarification on the difference between the merit and bonus pay that is being issued versus the premium pay that we're talking about. Thank you.
We go to Ms. Dr. Fowler or Mr. Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I believe Chair Charles Newton is questioning, I need the policy and procedures manual. The expenditure that's underneath the FRF office. At the beginning, back in November, when I was hired for the FRF office, there were no FRF office employees. There was no accounts. There were no processes about personnel, how to hire them. None of those things have been done. I was paid through general funds. I played a dual role with general services and the FRF office for the first 3 months. So basically I was holding 2 jobs. I was recruited 3 staff, one from Office of the President, one from Economic Development, and one from General Services. Those individuals set up the entire administrative processes, set up the budgets in addition to their regular work every day. Within the policies and procedures, there are provisions for other bonuses. There is a process that you have to go through to get those done. FRF office followed every approval process that was needed to get those done, and then those were paid out. Those individuals that work beyond what they were required to do in setting up this entire program. We did not get any positions or budgets set up until January. It took that long to work through a process with OMB and Office and Department of Personnel Management. Both OMB and DPM have worked very hard to set up this program. So if they want to come see me to discuss these actual items, I am very open to it. I have repeatedly reported to council that I am very transparent, but I don't think this is a forum that's the correct place to get those questions answered. I will be more than happy to sit down with Delegate Charles Newton and go through all of that paperwork with her, show her all the documentation where the approvals were approved. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Roddy, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of privilege is there's some nuance in Mr. Platero that I know that you always tell us to be careful. I would also caution you because you were funded. This is not an unfunded mandate. So my point of privilege is of the $180 million for administrating ARPA funds, how much funding went to the FRF office and how much funding went to DPM so that they can assist in administering these programs. And we have $1.07 billion that are unappropriated, yet funding is being used from those dollars to get those projects ready. We're asking for the same support when it comes to premium pay. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question of privilege. Go to Mr. Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, again, I have emailed all of the budget information for all of the ARPA FRF office and every single project that's been approved using ARPA FRF funds. I email it to council every chance I get. I answered Delegate Crotty's question during the last council session. I will email it again.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, hold on. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege is I received those budgets and I'm asking for the information where Mr. Patero stated this is unfunded. They have millions of dollars. So I need the evidence or the documents that state that this is an unfunded request. If the executive office has already submitted to DOJ back in March and has not followed up with the request for premium pay. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your point of privilege. I'm going to go back to Mr. Patero for response.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, there were policies that were in place for special duty pay and hazard pay. Those expired at the end of February when the emergency declaration allowed for people to come back to work. That's the information that we received from payroll and Department of Personnel Management. Now, regarding the process that I followed, it's in the personnel policies manual between page 26 and 31. The one I use is on page 31 under J, bonus payments. When I say premium pay hasn't been set up yet, there have been no policies issued that would say this is how you implement it. Remember the information that I sent you, the second part of it indicates on page 2, the 1, 2, and 3 need to be done. Who is an eligible worker? What is the work that eligible worker makes it essential? And then the third part of it is how is that essential employee doing that essential work to respond to COVID? That's the parameters for premium pay. The process that I followed is another provision within the personnel policies manual that is not premium paid. So in order to implement it, the probability is that if it is approved and it's funded, or even before then, there should be a process created where personnel issues the procedures for those items. One of the difficulties when we were doing it before, when we went from special duty pay then added hazard pay, is that the information was hard to get to and some of it was confusing. Now, I will stop there, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, members of council. Just do a recap real quick. We are on the report on our agenda. We did hear from the presenters, and we are coming back to the floor at this time for colleagues to answer any further questions. I did go.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with the point of privilege, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm McCarty. Sorry, I had to clarify where I was at. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, your point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege is Mr. Patero answering the questions in a theoretical, if the premium rate is approved. My questions are getting the premium rate Appendix A through DOJ for consideration for eligibility. I need that clarification because that is the point of this report. As of right now, we do not have a premium rate proposal that has been deemed eligible because we're waiting for DPM to submit the documents. That's going to help me with my question. I'm not asking Mr. Patero to implement a program. I'm asking for the proposal so that it can be considered by this council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Mr. Patero. Mr. Patero?
That does provide some clarity. Appreciate it, Delegate Crotty. My response to that would be that there was already a proposal initiated for this process. One part that I failed to add, Mr. Speaker, is I believe at the time that proposal was submitted was a across the board amount for all employees. Now, since that time, I believe, and Mr. Rodas, correct me if I'm wrong, since the time that initial proposal was submitted, there have been new guidance provided on the final rule. There was an interim rule and then the final rule. The way I'm understanding it now is the package that was submitted originally, I believe, included temporary employees. The information that I just sent council does not allow for temporary employees to be part of that process. So it's not all set in stone because it's been evolving. So I will go on ahead and get together with Mr. Rodas, and I will get together with Dr. Fowler and Ms. Woody from Department of Personnel Management, get the information back to Mr. Rodas and make sure that it complies with the information that's available. This change was similar to some of the proposals that came in early, had to all be redone because the eligibility category changed, which Treasury changed. So we're adapting to changes that are being implemented by Treasury. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, as I was going back, colleagues, now we are back on the report, and I'm going to go back to the floor. Are there any other further comments or questions on the report before I go back to reserve time?
A point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for clarification, Speaker, based on what Mr. Platero stated and then the questions that Delegate Crotty has raised, the premium pay right now, the document is not ready. So we don't really know exactly how much money we can allocate or appropriate for premium pay in, I guess, in terms of this legislation that we're going to be currently debating that we're going to be debating here shortly. So my question is, what is your timeline for getting an amount to us so that we can include premium pay within 0086-22? Thank you, Speaker.
Let me go back to Ms. Woody or Dr. Fowler.
This is Tomasito with DPM.
Sorry, someone muted me. Yes, go ahead.
In relation to the question, we will get with Mr. Portero, and as he stated earlier, and look at all of the necessary provisions with DOJ and provide a more thorough response in regards to how DPM will assist. We'll also have that available. I hope that answers your question, if I understand it correctly. But as far as timeline, we'll be able to get to that point too.
Okay, thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
The privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you. When she said, as far as timeline, we'll be able to get to that point. That's what I'm asking, speakers. What is the timeline? Per the email that was sent to us regarding the application for the premium pay, I do see that Adjua was the one who reviewed it, and she's got 11 questions that needed to be, that needed to be answered. And some of those questions Tom Platero did ask as well. So how do we get these 11 questions answered and resubmitted to Adjua at DOJ before, so that we can get this included in 0086-22. Thank you, Speaker. That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. With the point of privilege, go back to if there's any other further response from DPM, and then also back to Department of Justice.
This is Tomasito at DPM.
Yes, go ahead.
If you can allow me to review that with DOJ and Dr. Fowler and Tom Platero, we'll have a more thorough response. Right now, I wasn't able to get online for the very beginning of this discussion, so I can't really answer your question. We were in a meeting earlier with my staff, so I was not able to get online, but I will definitely review the recording of the meeting, and then we can get to that point. Right now, we are looking at the possibility of increases, as far as I can tell, but to revisit what was submitted to council and have a more thorough review of that, so that there's not questions in the information or the information that would be sponsored.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 10 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If we could get a directive for DPM to get that information back to council so we can consider for ARPA eligibility. Thank you. Wait, my second.
There needs to be, there's gonna have to draft that language. I don't know if we reach out to Ms. Barbaugh. I don't know who's okay, Ms. Barbaugh, there'll probably be some email sent over to you regarding the information that's being requested. for not only a timeline, but when that, well, yeah, basically that information is critical is the timeline on when the DPM is going to be needing that, getting that information back. So that might be a possible future amendment into legislation 0086-22. With that, thank you, Madam Chair. Having to work on that, gonna need some time with Office Legislative Council. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Honorable Otto So going twice. Honorable Otto So, I did calling you twice before. This is the third time, and there was no response. Honorable Otto So going 3 times. Now moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope that by asking these questions, it's clear that the purpose of this report is to get information on premium pay, which was sent back to DPM with 11 questions being asked by Department of Justice in order to get this document through. And again, the purpose of this report is not only to get information, but to also remind our colleagues that premium pay should be included in this legislation for 0086-22. We do have a lot of our Navajo Nation employees who did not receive special duty pay, who did not receive hazard pay. But we do have a lot of our directors who did receive special duty paid hazard pay. And so the comment that was made earlier by Mr. Tom Platero that it's management's responsibility to take care of their employees, I think does shed light onto this issue, which is that our Navajo Nation employees, those boots on the ground, those who are really out there trying to work, to combat COVID and then to also help assist with communities, they do need to be paid premium pay. And so anything that we can do to help assist our employees, I think that now is the time that we should be including that within this legislation. So Speaker, I will second that directive that Delegate Crotty has put forward. I think we do need that, hopefully before tomorrow at 5 o'clock, which will allow Ms. Bob Ross some time to create amendment language in the event that we do go on Friday for this legislation, Speaker. Again, I think it's really important that we understand that our employees right now, some of them are making $9 an hour, which is not comparable to what you would see anywhere else. So I'm hoping that we can include this in the legislation to take care of our Navajo Nation employees. Speaker, whatever time I have left, I'll go ahead and waive that. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we go back to I guess recommendation from the report this time is there'll be a directive to DPM to get a timeline or to get when they'll get that, I guess, to get a timeline produced to see how long it's going to take them to resubmit that information back to the Department of Justice in order for that to be reviewed and then possibly being presented back over to Office of Legislative Council. If the review has a positive outcome from Mr. Rodas and his team, would then go over to Office of Legislative Council for a possible amendment on legislation 0086-22. So I guess the directive is just to get the timeline in place, correct? So I guess working together with Office of Legislative Council, I hope Office of Legislative Council heard some of that. Having staff over here put that together as a formal email and sent that over to Office of Legislative Council too as well. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Is there any other comments, questions at this time on the report? If there's none, I don't have anybody else in reserve time or anybody else in the queue. Going twice.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this is.
So, Mr. Patero, there was no questions to you.
Okay.
One, three
This is
times.
Delegate Henio.
Chairman Henio. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Celeste. I like to have here Mr. Completero, his explanation. Is there my time?
Mr. Henio, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. That, go to Mr. Patero. Mr. Patero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I think that the original premium pay, I might have an answer for why there was no response. Council actually has a legislation 0076-22 that is waiting for council action. That legislation, proposed legislation reads, an action relating to health, education, human services, budget and finance and navigated committees and Navajo Nation Council approving $9,910,040 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UFB to the Department of Personnel Management for 1,500 appreciation rewards to Navajo Nation employees for working throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe when that legislation was introduced, that used the same information as what was in the, I believe, in the original documentation that was submitted for premium pay. Under this, it would be I believe, a one-time payout. If Navajo Nation wants to pursue that, then there would have to probably be policies developed for the implementation of the premium pay that would align with the requirements underneath ARPA. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
What a privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Platero. You said legislation 0076-22 is currently waiting to be debated, but I'm reading that legislation and funds are being taken from the UUFB. So how are we then saying that this legislation has to go through the process before ARPA can be considered? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Hello, are we still on?
Oh, shoot. I was talking to I was on mute, Madam Chair. Sorry. We're talking with the staff of the Office of Legislative Services and Speaker's Office. Probably Miss Barbara needs to answer this too as well. I do believe that that's a legislation that's sponsored by Honorable Freeland. That legislation, I do believe, has that language in there that says that if that legislation does pass, it's eligible to be possibly reimbursed through any kind of. But then I heard something else from Mr. Rhoda saying that you can't use premium pay. So, Office of Legislative Counsel. Then I'll go to Mr. Rhodes.
Speakers, this is Ms. Bob Ross. Thank you. I am working on Delegate Karate's amendment right now, not quite finished. Oh, excuse me, her directive. As to the question about reimbursing delegates, the legislation Delegate Freeland sponsored to provide reward payments to the Navajo Nation employees. I do know that, as I recall, the initial request was to go through to use FRF funds. That ran into some complications, which I would defer to Delegate Freeland, but I think they are the questions on page 3 of the eligibility determination. But all of that said, it would be good to hear from Mr. Rhodes if let's just say Delegate Freeland's legislation passes, if those rewards can be reimbursed. I do believe I heard Mr. Rhodes explained that no, you couldn't reimburse the nation for previous expenditures, but I would need to defer to him to get the DOJ answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Rhodes. Any other further follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct what Ms. Bobroff stated. So even though you can use premium pay, you can use FRF for premium pay to reward employees retroactively, you cannot use FRF to reimburse. The nation can't reimburse itself for premium pay that has already been paid, that's already been received by the employee. So if 007622 were to be enacted and become effective before 0086, and if the premium, actually, let me clarify. The 007622, my understanding is they're appreciation awards, and it's not actually premium pay. So they're making a distinction there. And if it's going to every employee, it's probably not going to be eligible as premium pay anyway, because premium pay has very specific requirements. But hypothetically, if it were eligible for premium pay, you can't use FRF to reimburse if premium pay has already been received by an employee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues.
When you're privileged, Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for that clarification. So just so I'm understanding correctly, the reference to 0076-22 made by Mr. Platero has no weight or no bearing to the premium pay, and why the 11 questions raised by Adjua from Navajo Nation Department of Justice was not answered and resubmitted for ARPA requests. Is that correct?
Who are you asking that question of privilege to?
To Mr. Rhodes.
Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the point was, if I'm understanding correctly, that there was just a change in strategy or approach on how to reward employees because the legal requirements for premium pay are so specific. I think my understanding is that Honorable Freeland wanted all Navajo Nation employees to be rewarded an appreciation award, which is not possible under the requirements of premium pay. But they are to answer Chair Charles Newton's question, they are different. The appreciation award and premium pay are different. So it is possible to still, if DPM wanted to, they could still, resubmit to DOJ for an eligibility determination, answering the 11 questions. And council could still, consider an amendment to 86 if that's the direction that leadership chose to go. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodas. Can you hear me? With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, but I do have reserved time. Chairman Henio, 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yeah, not to the speaker name is on the topic here. Question I have would be is that for premium pay, going back to the CARES Act for the hardship pay and so forth, with the previous controller and Treasury guidelines, there were many obstacles that the employee and the supervisor had to verify and document, such as being at work during a certain time, how many hours, time sheets, and so forth. So when it comes to the premium pay under ARPA, how strict are those guys? Are we still following those same guidelines? The reason why I'm asking is because of the fact that it's because of those guidelines, many of our employees were not eligible or did not get paid or did not qualify for hardship pay or premium pay, and special duty pay, I'm sorry. And so with that in mind, what are the criteria or internal guidelines for employees to be eligible to receive premium pay or whatever the topic we're talking premium pay is? So, I just could reserve my time.
Reserve your time, Chairman Henio, at 3 minutes and 27 seconds. That. Mr. Botero, Mr. Rodas, Dr. Fowler, Ms. Woody, whoever. Let me go back to the panel there. If there's anybody that would like to respond to Chairman Henio's question.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel.
Yes, Mr. Rodas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Henio, for the question. So there would have to be a separate set of requirements because the requirements for special duty pay are different than the requirements for premium pay. And so either the legislation allocating funds for premium pay could be very specific as to what the eligibility requirements are, or there could be potentially HESI resolution, amending the PPM or creating a separate policy specifically to, how the premium pay program would work for FRF, but it wouldn't be the same requirements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otis. That, colleagues, any other, I'm gonna go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time? That, let me go, if there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Heaney, 3 minutes and 27 seconds.
Okay, so Speaker David, I'd like to hear from the controller and the payroll department, because this is ultimately where the, the last stop. And if there are criteria that are not being met, then what payroll does is they just kick things back. And if you don't cross your T's or dot your I's, then they just kick back again. So I'd like to hear from the controller's office and possibly payroll supervisor also. Reserve my time.
Serve your time at 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Is there anybody on from the controller's office or possibly even the payroll supervisor? Anybody on from the payroll office or the controller's office? Chairman, any of those individuals were not contacted for this report. We have reached out to them now. I don't know how soon it's going to take for them to, there's no immediate response. Are they, is their period, are they out? Are they out? Doing? And calling anybody from the controller's office at this time. That. We're on down. Colleagues, as there's questions being debated or waited on. Any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? There's none. Back to reserve time. Chairman Heaney, you're the only one with reserve time at this time. What we can do, Chairman, is get a response and forward that information over in an email and have them respond to you at that through that method at this time. As there's no clear response coming right now.
Speaker Select, were you addressing me?
Yes.
Okay, I can barely hear you, that's why I had to ask. Unfortunate that controller's office finds that being on this call for the special session is not important to them, so I guess we'll have to play that way. Given, see, that's the problem. When we have all the policies, everything in place, but then again, when it comes to paying out vendors, especially vendors, then even our own employees for time earned, they give them a hard time. And again, this is evident right here that they don't really, it's not a priority to them to be on this call. And so therefore, I guess we'll just have to play the waiting game with it again. And I hope it's not like this, if this amendment does go through and our employees are still waiting to get paid because of all the roadblocks they have to go round and round and all the mazes and everything over at the controller's office just to get paid. And I feel that for our vendors too, and they are still waiting to get paid. I cannot Speaker Davis. I wait my time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank colleagues. Moving on down. Dang. Colleagues, there's no other comments or questions coming from reserve time. There's nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote to accept the report on the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds Office and Department of Justice. We also heard from the Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management as well. There's nobody going twice. Yeah, let's go to board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote.
This is Delegate Amber Canis-Bacrati. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So,
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Speaker, with 16 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, 60 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion carries on the report this afternoon. That, colleagues. That, colleagues, we are back on our agenda. If you're just joining us, we are having a special session today. Everybody listening in, we did start here at 106, 108 this afternoon. This is a 3-day session scheduled to listen to legislation 0086-22. We did approve the agenda to have 2 other legislations added on to as well under new business 0063 and 0016-22. We are moving on down to item number 5 right now, which is old business. Item number A, legislation 0086-22. This is sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Holona, co-sponsored by Honorable Wanika, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart. There is a motion and a second. This has been read into the record. And I do believe, does it need to be read in? It doesn't need to be read in, but Mr. Rico, could you give a recap? Oh, hold on. Before I go and move forward, on the last legislation, Honorable Elmer Begay, on the last action item, which is the report, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. So that changes it from 16 to 17 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker not voting. That, colleagues, moving on down. Again, 0086-22. Mr. Rico, if you could do a recap.
Underprivileged, this is Delegate Daniels.
Point of privilege, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, for a question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. When we have council sessions, special sessions, and just like last week, we adjourned. So we had like 3 amendments. When we adjourn like that, does the whole thing, does it go away? I would like to maybe hear from DOJ, because I want to be on the safe side. In the Snooker does, or does it stay for the next session? Speaker.
What do you mean? Does the legislation go away?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, like that amendment that we made last week, but we adjourned. Yeah.
Oh,
The whole, does it go away?
Or those? Huh? The legislation 0086-22, colleagues, is a living legislation that's here at Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council owns this legislation. Moving forward, when the legislation comes to an end, whether it be at a recess or an adjournment, that legislation continues on no matter where it ends. If we ended it in between, if someone motioned to adjourn in between at the time when we were actually doing an amendment, and that adjourn passed, then that would be zero. That amendment would be not move forward. In this case, last week, how many amendments were there? Was 3? There was 3 amendments that were placed. All 3 of those amendments, according, if you look at the committee report, if you look at the committee report, colleagues, all 3 of those amendments had taken place well within between the timelines of the Navajo Nation Council's permitted time, and all 3 of those passed. There was other amendments that we did debate that failed, but those ones did not go under. Those ones did not move forward. Those 3 that did pass, they're in the committee action report, and those committee action report states that the Navajo Nation Council will continue on with when the legislation 0086-22 would continue on when at the next Navajo Nation Council, either special session or the next Navajo Nation Council session. Ms. Barbroff, if you think there's anything different, legislation 8886-22 is in order on old business right now due to the fact that we did discuss that legislation at the last session. This was done previous to that. This legislation's come back. I think this is the 4th time now within a special session. And in that time frame, each one of those times it's came back as old business. This is the first time I'm hearing that from a colleague, a member of council, that's saying that the items that was passed shouldn't be moved forward. And I'm thinking either the legislation itself or even the amendments, but those amendments all have valid votes that happened within the time frame in order for it to be within order. Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you want to add anything on that, then I'll turn it over to Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. The only thing that I might add is that this legislation was handled as far as the adjournment and then it coming back as old business with any approved amendments in place. 0886 is being handled in the exact same way that other legislations have been handled when council has adjourned, or even when council has lost a quorum and such. So yes, Speaker, I think that legislation 0086 is appropriately placed on old business and should resume or start up again at where it left off when the adjournment was called. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, Department of Justice, your opinion or your outlook on this discussion was requested too as well.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Yes, Mr. Rodas.
I can't find any council rule of order that addresses this, so I agree with Ms. Bobroff. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you said you agree with me.
I agree.
Fine.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you and Ms. Bobroff. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rodas. With that, colleagues, Mr. Rico, if you could do a recap as we are on the main motion, and then I'll go to the overview of time, and then I'll go back to our Honorable Freeland for a recap. That, Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navigation Council. Tracking number 0086-22 is an action relating to the Napaquita Committee and Navigation Council allocating $1,070,298,867 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans for chapter assistance, public safety, emergency communications, E911, and rural addressing projects, cybersecurity, public health projects, economic development projects, hardship assistance, water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection and electricity capacity projects, housing projects and manufactured housing facilities, bathroom addition projects, construction contingency funding, reduced administrative funding. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., and Honorable Edison J. Wanika. On June 13th, this legislation, the council adjourned during debate of the First Amendment. On June 24th, council then adjourned after 3 amendments were approved. Those amendments, after the first one, we'll start with amendment number 2, as amendment number 1 was already read into the record. Amendment number 2 on page 20, line 25, insert the following new paragraph. D, at least $10 million of the NNFRF allocations for the middle mile and last mile broadband expenditure plans shall be devoted to projects supporting the Navajo Nation's portion of Highway 191 included in the Arizona's Smart Highway Corridor Initiative, C NABI AP-21-20. 2, renumber letter 16 paragraphs. That's the paragraph, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. Navigation Council hereby authorizes Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustments of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertions of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment. The amendment number 3 was on page 28, line 2. Insert new paragraph M as follows. New paragraph M, Navajo Nation programs and offices receiving NNFRF allocations and resolution CJY-41-21 for essential support and or regulatory service shall use such funding to develop the legal, financial, organizational, managerial, administrative, regulatory, and reporting framework necessary to support the expeditious completion of NNFRF funded projects and the provision of NNFRF funded services, and may also use such funding to administer projects that are funded from NNFRF sources, provided that NNDOJ determines that all proposed expenditures of NNFRF administration funding are allowable under the Treasury guidelines. Also new to this 0086-22 is a fourth comment report with a supporting comment from Dr. Vanginez that is dated June 28, 2022. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Again, we are on the main motion, colleagues. So with that, let me turn the floor over to Honorable Freeland for recap. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues and staff, all those listening in this afternoon. This legislation, of course, is really an emphasis on a lot of areas, including particularly infrastructure development, and trying to reach the most needy out in the most rural areas and remote areas of the Navajo Nation. It's covering the entire Navajo Nation wholly and looking at the overall areas of need that were identified. Working with the chapters and working with technical team, these are the experts that we relied on heavily today. So, or going forward in this legislation, excuse me. Speaker, with the legislation, I do have a couple of agents. I have Mr. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco, as well as Mr. Tom Platero as well. Colleagues, I appreciate the debate and the dialogue that has taken place already. We are almost in July, and we are these funds need to get out, and it'll be 15 months now that we have held on to these monies, and we're in the midst of construction season as well. So I really want to encourage my colleagues and everyone to really consider that and take that into consideration. Our people are waiting, and our people do need water. Our people do need bathrooms. Our people do need electricity, as well as housing. So just for us to kind of keep that in hindsight. So, Eddie Asanta, Speaker, that kind of concludes my recap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, this is who we have in the queue at this time. Let me just go over reserve time and those that do not have any time on the main motion. We are on 0086-22. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, where you have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Honorable Otto So, you have 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Honorable Chairman Hino, you have 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay-Che, you have 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Honorable Vince James, you have 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, you have 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Chairman Yazi, you have no time. With that, the next I have in the queue is Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Wilson Stewart. So with that, Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours at this time on the main motion of legislation 0086-22.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. Can you check your listing? When we adjourned, it was on my time.
I understand that, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, but when new people have requested time at this time, so I'm going to new colleagues first. Then I'm going to go back to reserve time. I do give the individuals that did not speak yet, but that were in the queue that are requesting time to speak. So I do have Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Stewart, and then you are the first one that's going to be coming back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you for the clarification.
Vice Chair Walker,
Yes, Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time.
reserve your time, Vice Chair Walker. With that, Honorable Stewart. Good evening. Time is 5 p.m. Floor is yours on the main motion. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Honorable Stewart.
Point of privilege, Trujillo.
Point of privilege, Chairman Henio. Hold on, Honorable Stewart.
Did you call on me yet or not? On reserve time?
No. You're the fifth one on reserve time. Chairman Henio.
Thank you.
Honorable Stewart.
Oh, good evening or early late afternoon, Shutsila, Speaker Dame and Arun, the colleagues, 24th Nomination Council. Before I make my amendment, Speaker, I do have an amendment that Ms. Barov has prepared for me. So that's what I want to present towards the main motion on this session for 0086. That's what I had requested for, Speaker. Am I in line to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so Speaker and colleagues, this main motion, or this amendment rather to the main motion would be on behalf of the CDFI, which is a part of the Navajo Nation. And I did ask for Ms. Barov's assistance as well as the Legislative Council's assistance to prepare the amendment. So that was done as of yesterday evening. And I believe that does have, may be distributed by email. I haven't checked my email yet. I've been on the road, so that's what I want to address, and it's for 50 million from this funding towards our CDFI to the small businesses. Speaker.
Yes.
I do have two agents as well, Mr. Gordon and Mr.
You just muted yourself, or somebody muted you. Pause this time at 3:20. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, I reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay. So every time at 3:18. That amendment number 4. Sponsors by Honorable Stewart. Let's go ahead and get it right into the record. Colleagues, this was sent out. When was it? It was just now sent out. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. Amendment number 4, amendment number 1, page 1. Amendment number 1 and page 1. Amendment number 12. After regional projects, insert economic development projects. 2, amendment number 1, page 1. Amendment 15. Revised paragraph B as follows. At paragraph B, overstrike $211,256,148 and insert $161,256,148. Also overstrike the amount $8,802,340 and replace it with $6,719,006. That's per delegate region. 3, amendment number 1, replace existing Exhibit B with new Exhibit B and replace existing Exhibit C with new Exhibit C. 4, amendment number 1, page 2, very last line, delete, overstrike $8,802,340 million and insert $6,719,006. 5, amendment number 1, page 4, fourth line from the top of page, overstrike $8,802,340 and replace it with $6,719,006. 6, I believe that's supposed to be 0086-22, page 24, line 18. Insert new section as follows. It is a new section 12. Underscore section 12, approval of economic development expenditure plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund economic development expenditure plan set forth in Exhibit N. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Economic Development Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund to the Navajo Community Development and Financial Institution, NCDFI, in the total amount of $50 million. C, the $50 million of NNFRF funding to NCDFI is allocated as small business economic assistance expenditure category 2.29 and shall be distributed to NDCFI through a sub-recipient agreement as set forth in Exhibit N. D, the Division of Economic Development shall provide administrative oversight over the allocation of NCDFI, and the Resource and Development Committee shall provide legislative oversight. End of new language. 7, insert new Exhibit N. 8, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Navajo Nation Council hereby authorizes the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Also attached to this amendment is the Exhibit B, Exhibit N, and those are the attachments. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, on amendment number 4, sponsored by Honorable Wilson Stewart. Colleagues, is there a second? Going twice.
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Again, by Honorable Yellowhair. Colleagues, for the floor on amendment number 4. Everybody else in the queue.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, Crotty. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. The Navajo Nation CDFI, could we get what is the most recent report from the CDFI? I know under Budget and Finance, this council and last council had directed the CDFI to start leveraging federal dollars. It's my understanding that the current capacity of the CDFI is only 2 personnel, and it's not clear then if the request is to take money from our regional chapters and economy, how CDFI has worked with the regions for economic development, in looking at how they have used the CEHACEN funding. I don't see that they have completed their request from the council for their first pot of, was it 15 million? And waiting for another distribution. I can't remember, but I would need Mr. Gordon as an agent to answer those questions. And I'm not sure who currently is on their board, but that would be important to note how the CDFI is organizing itself. And there has been some other issues that came up this week regarding the CDFI. So I'd just like to get an update. Thank you, Speaker, and I reserve my time.
$332. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
That 3 minutes and 32 seconds, Madam Chair. Claudia, is your reserve time. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Speaker, sila aron da ko shmeyajan and kirigi. As I did indicate earlier, I do have Mr. Gordon online as a agent as well as Mr. Ranger. So in kirigi, yeah, I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Ranger for that, Mayaja. Mr. Ranger, Gordon, sorry. Mr. Gordon, can you answer those questions, please?
This is Mr. Ranger, the Vice Chair of the Navajo CDFI. Speaker, in regard to the question,
Mr. Ranger.
I didn't quite understand. Yes.
Okay.
Did you need me?
Mr. Ranger,
Yes.
go ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm trying to understand the question. Could you, Mr. Gordon, I don't know if he's online. He's having some connection problems right now. Could that question be repeated again, please?
Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Mayaja, can I ask for your assistance again to clarify? I know you were asking about the year or the first time round funding for the CDFI as far as 15 million goes, and then the report that Budget and Finance requested as of this past fiscal year for CDFI to establish and to report back to Budget and Finance as to what funds have been used and where they have been used, and then also where the regional assistance is at for the chapters, and why we're requesting for this amount again for the ARPA funding. Is that my understanding, Mayaja? Speaker?
With that, I'm going back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty with no time taken away from you, just to just to respond. And Mr. Ranger is on the line to listen to your question to clarify. Madam Chair
Speaker
Crotty.
Damon, yes, thank you. Thank you, Delegate Stewart. Yes, you were able to recapture my questions asked. And specifically, I also wanted to know about the U.S. Treasury SSBCI application. And it appears that the Navajo CDFI is receiving U.S. Treasury dollars. That would need to be provided to the council at this time. Thank you.
Speaker, I believe Mr. Gordon is online right now.
Thank you with that.
Regarding
Honorable
the-
Stewart.
Okay, Speaker, we can go ahead and go back to the agents now to answer those questions that Shema Amber Cardi posed back to CDFI.
Hello. Thank you. Mr.
Hey,
Speaker,
Gordon.
this is Tom Gordon with Navajo CDFI.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Gordon. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Navajo Nation Council delegates, I heard I think a portion of the question. I'm in a bad cell area right now, but I'll try to my best to answer the question. The first one that I heard was about the U.S. Treasury SSBCI program, which is being run through the DED. We are participating in that program. However, we have not even submitted, or Navajo Nation has not submitted an application to get the allocation of those fundings that they have been authorized to get, because the deadline is not until September, number one. Number two, everybody's still gathering information. There's several different entities that are going to be a part of that. But as for receiving any funding from there, no, we've received no funding from there, and any funding that we receive will be re-put out into the community as small business loans. And the caveat on top of all of that is it has to be matching funds. In other words, Navajo Nation or any of its entities, Navajo CDFI, and I think the Chamber of Commerce is going to participate, Change Labs. Any of those that participate have to match those funds $1 for $1 to be able to participate in it or to receive any allocation from U.S. Treasury. And this is similar to the program that I thought I heard alluded to about U.S. Treasury in the past, when we were first stood up and allocated funding to help the Navajo small businesses. Is they had a program similar to this SSBCI program that if tribes would allocate a certain amount of money, that it would be matched by Treasury. However, that went by the wayside with the change in administration. They didn't renew it. They didn't reauthorize it. There was no funding from that to be able to inject into the Navajo small business community. The SSBCI, it's a positive. It's a positive advancement, I believe, on the part of Treasury. But as you're finding out with the ARPA funds, there's a lot of regulatory aspects to it that have to be adhered to, and we're in the midst of doing all that and complying with all their requirements, and hopefully we'll be getting some of the funding from them and that program. In the meantime, that's why we're here at discussing the ARPA funding possibility and to replenish some of the losses that everybody has suffered under the COVID pandemic. Several of our clients suffered the ultimate problem during COVID, and the rest of them have been on hiatus for repaying their loans, as you might imagine, being locked down and being unable to open their businesses. Only a few have been able to operate when they had the ability to go off the reservation. For instance, we have a trucking company that we've helped out and is one of our clients, and they've had a great success during the COVID pandemic time because they traverse the entire United States, and they come back and go back and forth. They're headquartered here. Even they have taken a hit on some things, like being able to buy new equipment or anything like that. And it's basically with all of our clients at this point. They've all had taken a hit. Our loan loss reserve has been used to try to prop everybody up. The biggest problem has been the other Treasury programs that they had going were, the PPP loans, all these loans that were supposed to go to small businesses. Out of all of our clients, only one was able to get a PPP loan down in another city. None of the border communities, none of their banks would supply any of the PPP loans for our people. Nothing for our clients, nothing for Navajo community. It's because they already had it allocated out to their own clientele in these cities. You know, Gallup, they have their own community and business community, so they serviced them first. And that's where we came in to try to help shore everybody up. Our board decided, and I think in a very wise decision, is we didn't foreclose on anybody. We didn't do anything like that. We put everybody into forbearance during the time of the pandemic. It's starting to restart now, but it's just trying to get everybody back on their feet and jump started. And we've worked with, I think, every regional area. We're trying to get loans as far as any corner of Navajo Nation that needs them. And it's all governed by the revolving fund account. If we don't get the monies coming back in, we can't lend them back out. So we're just now restarting that ability to be able to get people on track to pay their bills, to pay their loans. The biggest problem has been with businesses going under because they had to pay utilities. On Navajo Nation, they had to pay utilities all during this time when they had no business coming into their stores or their businesses. And it just kept going down and down. And so it's hurt the mom and pop operations the most, but also some of the community things that we've participated in where they're trying to leverage the money that we get to be able to start up something. We mainly, we don't do, the millions of dollars that it takes to do some of these large community projects. Where we've been participating is the A&E and the pre-production, the pre-cost of getting something going and qualifying for a bank loan at the larger amount to be able to get things going. Whether it's a C-store or a lodge within the community, it just depends. It depends on a few of those things. And I'm sure there's some more details we can provide, but that's just in general. And I thank you for your time, and we'd be glad to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go on down. I do have Honorable Che Keon Begay in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours. On amendment number 4.
Check. Today and media legislation in amendment being as a team, I hate to say this, but I don't want to reduce dollar amount that we barely pass to go to our local chapters. There's 2 different things that I've heard of your amendment. Your amendment says economic development projects goes on existence. And I'd like to see the list of all those projects and which region are they? Which region are they? Economic development projects. The way Mr. Gordon had explained is that the Navajo, those that we have are already struggling. So does that mean that previous CDFI funding that they received was based on the article which based on delegate which what's national that's on the and I believe that we really need to resolve this further get explanation, because last week, the last session that we talked about, and I talked about economic development. Division economic development. These projects maybe Division of Economic Development could take over this particular struggling projects. Halit ado halit alay kodo di yari linigit ashonto. It's be hard to the people needs the money. The people which people isn't listening to. I mean, some of our people are in a way excluded. And then legally last the place of it no, but yet should be we just utilize the people to get appropriate some of these funding. So again, I'm elected to support this amendment because it's decreasing the chapter funding allocation. So even if we get $8 million, I mean, for those of us that have more than one, for me, 5, it's just going to amount to 1.5 or 6 million per chapter, and that's not going to do much. Because the non-need is going to even go less. So a quacky projects, though, maybe the overall position of the current CDFI operation. I'd like to see a summary of the success stories and how much funding that the CDFI office has allocated fund to the Navajo people. Speaker, I'd like those to be answered, if not maybe through point of privilege to get those documents that I observed my time, Speaker.
1 minute and 22 seconds. Let me go back to sponsor. Honorable Stewart.
Nandin Kidigi, Arabe Heinzigi at all with the economic development. Arun the Kodogi a peso by inch Kidigi for CDFI, though Division Economic Development, the Ninigi is though. Ashi Ashani a Konda Kodogi a this CDFI Dagi a and peso near the Yokiri a for those businesses. Oh. Aida hadas wadigito aida beja kodal yagi jo erigi aro so and as la the loan hala a pandemic given natch given in aro the best atayi la jo Navajo nation cross Navajo nation could za ko apen natch gikareya di kodo based on zinigi ya nanagi the businesses gi economic growth even nachi ya Mr. Gordon doing at the board and linigi hashin so yishin dad nishai go quit out because the shareholder shina a kundet sato assess that quit out has see that Asian kodogi Mr. Ranger the Mr. Gordon ye quit out ye not hadado settle sto Shanai. So I'll turn the floor over again to Mr. Gordon, Mr. Ranger, to answer Honorable Key Allen's questions. Speaker.
Good. If you go to Tom Gordon? Yeah.
This is Mr. Gordon again, Tom Gordon. Am I still on?
Yes.
I don't even know. Okay, Shane. Yeah, I appreciate the words of Delegate Kealan Begay. It's hard to balance it, and the answer to the question is we are basically in the stead of the banks that didn't serve the Navajo Nation business community. We're in that place right now, but it all depends on, as I mentioned before, the revolving principle of the loan fund is that we need to help these guys get back up on their feet so that they can repay their loans so that we can put out more loans. And also on top of that, we can work with any chapter, any region, anybody who asks us to be able to be fill in the gap where you see that, maybe some money had been taken out of some of the projects. We'd be glad to talk to them about that and put it on a lot more favorable terms than they're ever going to get from a bank or anything like that. If it's a larger project, and if it's a community-wide project, we have resources at our disposal that can help with things like that too, like just getting it up and going. And we're just filling in the gap, as was the vision of the council all along, where we take the place for the meantime until you have your own credit union or bank or anything like, a financial, bricks and mortar, all those good things that's capable of going out and lending large sums of money like this. That's where we come in. And if we have no money to do that, no funds to do that for each of the 110 different chapters and all the different people that want to start businesses, which are the backbone of the economy, it will be. You've heard me say this before, the General Motors and General Electrics and all these big companies like Tesla and Westinghouse and all those guys, they aren't the backbone of the American economic system. They just aren't. They're big and they have big voices, but they're not the biggest one. The biggest contingent in American economic progress is small businesses, the mom and pop operations, because there's millions of them compared to these, Fortune 500 companies. There's 500 of them. There's millions of these other folks. And if they're allowed to stand up and do their businesses here in Navajo Nation, that's what will contribute the most to the economy out here. The very most, more than a government grant, more than matching funds or anything like that. It's going to be, if these little small businesses are able to stand up and get the support that they need to move forward, they'll be contributing in the way of taxes, in the way of jobs, everything that you can imagine that you see, unfortunately, off of Navajo Nation. All these communities around us have done extremely well economically, really, during the pandemic. They've thrived, and we have not, because it's just the limited resources that we're allowed to access. And I would ask my Boholniki here, Vice Chairman Ranger, to add a little bit more about our ability to help the communities as it goes. It's a little bit difficult when we don't have the funds to do that. And at the same time, whatever other resources we have is at your disposal. If you need us to do anything, business plans, economic surveys, community surveys, to be able to find out what the people want, what they need in those areas, we're able to do those kind of things. We have a portal that's been running for several years now, where we can get money to people the next day, as long as their program or their business plan is approved and the loan committee says it's okay. That's where it goes. We have one that functions, anytime. They can apply, they can get their whole application in online, but we still do things the old-fashioned way too. Drive my truck out and we have paper applications and help people fill them out and get them in to us. But I would turn the time over for a second if I'm allowed to do that, so we can say it a lot more articulately than I can do. So I'll let him say a few words, if I may. We're doing a tag team.
Stewart.
Yes, we could complete the response, I believe.
Okay, thank you. With that, moving on down.
Can you hear me? This is Tom Ranger. Can you hear me?
Later.
Hello? This is Tom Ranger. Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Slater.
Hello?
Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
This is Mr. Ranger. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Ranger. The floor was given back to me by your sponsor, so I'm going back to the floor So honorable in the queue right now is Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Gordon and Mr. Ranger, for the presentation thus far. And I appreciate Delegate Stewart bringing this amendment forward. When the CDFI convened and requested guidance on how to proceed forward with potentially replenishing their revolving loan fund, I think that was the title of it. We learned that there had been a submission for 50 million to the ARPA office, and that initial eligibility determination came back with approval. I think initial loan fund was for $20 million, and that's what they were seeking to replenish, but the 50 million had a broader scope. And so my question right now is if Mr. Gordon and Mr. Ranger can explain the difference between those two proposals. There's one that I think goes well above and beyond replenishing the fund, and there was an initial eligibility determination that was submitted to replenish the fund, and that by itself was deemed ineligible. So that's what I would like to hear at this time for the benefit of my colleagues. I think that if the council is uncomfortable making the 50 million allocation, which may be the only eligible way to provide funding to the CDFI under ARPA, that we would strongly consider a CSN allocation in order to bolster it up and then make sure they have the funding to deliver the SSBCI funding. I think that the way it will be done is they need matching funds, whoever is going to administer the funding, on the nation's behalf, whether it's Change Labs or the CDFI. And I think right now it's going to be potentially divided in three between Change Labs, CDFI, and the Jeanette Chamber, that they need to have the matching capital. So I think Delegate Crotty spoke to that, and that may not all be able to be accomplished with the 50 million. And I think politically it's not palatable to the whole council because it will diminish from the delegate region and community projects allocation. So I support the CDFI. I just think that it may make more sense to go after a $20 million CSN allocation. But the main question is, can you explain the differences between replenishment and the full scope of the $50 million request for funding? And then let's just start with that. So thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Speaker, point of privilege, John.
Keon, yay, your point of privilege. Keon, yay, your point of privilege.
Speaker, point of privilege. Mr. Gordon didn't answer my question. The sponsor of the amendment. So my point of privilege is that where are the lists of the economic development projects? I'd like to get a list of that. Donation. The financial position currently of the CDFI. Several years ago, 20 million, which was the financial.
You're going in and out again.
Speaker.
You probably need to pull off to the side of the road.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Point of privilege.
I can't hear you now. Okay, moving on. Chairman Daniel So.
That a Speaker Damon, colleagues, and colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the legislative staff, and all the folks on the call, respective of Honorable Wilson Stewart's amendment. I'm going to pose some questions to your agents. Basically, the comment to start is CDFI is basically requesting me as a delegate to take part of the allocation for the what would be water line, power line, house wiring, bathroom additions, and other very necessary allocations to improve the livelihood of constituents in my district. And you're asking me to vote to give you part of $50 million so that you can loan it out to people who we don't even know what your loan criteria is and what the parameters are. And what is really, I guess, stymies me is there's no outreach to the 8 chapters that I represent from CDFI. And in your initial presentation, you basically say you failed to be able to leverage what was previously given to you back in 2016. And come back to us now. And for me, it's a kind of a surprise amendment request. And so you're going to have to do some talking, do some explaining. Because right now, my finger is on the red button. That would be what I present. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
2 minutes and 8 seconds. Chairman Daniel So. Hi, colleagues. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Chairman, Honorable Wilson Stewart, floor is yours.
Greetings to the speaker. I'll go ahead and defer the questions to Mr. Ranger at this time. Vice Board Member under CDFI. Mr. Ranger.
Council delegates, council, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Stewart, appreciate the time. Can you hear me, by the way? I'm hoping. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm in a bad location. I don't know if I'm if you can hear me, I guess. In regard to the questions, several of us have been stated in terms of the people that we've served. I think Mr. Gordon could get more detail, but we do have loans from throughout all the 5 agencies throughout the nation, from Western Navajo, to Eastern, as well as up in Northern and so forth. And then as far as the 20 million that was appropriated several years back, and where we stand now, again, we've really tried to express that COVID has really had a particularly small businesses. And I'm thinking it's kind of difficult to understand that. Let me just mention just one thing, and that is that most entities within the Navajo Nation, government, medical, healthcare, education, everybody got paid throughout the pandemic. Everybody had a paycheck. The small businesses that we serve, these silversmith, that's egg, the beta, the beta, we've helped with livestock loans. That's egg. A lot of those were just totally shut down. Doors were locked. Everybody was isolated. And when that happened, these small businesses, they didn't have the government or the healthcare system or the checks weren't coming. When the door shut on a business, there's no customers, nothing comes in. Several businesses have gone under because of COVID on the nation. They are looking for another livelihood. They're having to find something else to sustain their families and loved ones, sustainability to heck it. So it's kind of difficult to understand, and I'm hoping that we can do this. We are suggesting now as a board, we withdraw this amendment and go through, maybe alternative fundings. We're not, we're thinking in terms of what's at stake here. What I think it was Honorable So that mentioned about there are many people in need. We're hoping that might be able to go in other alternatives, other avenues. But the question is that there is a need with water and everything else that's going on. People who need electrical services, all the different infrastructure. We completely understand that. And maybe this isn't the time to pursue this with the ARPA funds. That's kind of where I'm thinking right now with where we're coming on with this. Mr. Gordon, could you elaborate on that more too?
If I may, Mr. Speaker, I would also go back to the originally planned on doing a lot less of an ask, but it was just the bureaucratic shuffle between a few different entities of trying to get it pared down from 50 million was when we were decided to do a bricks and mortar operation so that we could have a place where everybody could come and meet us, and we'd have a place to do seminars on business plans and economics and budgeting and all those good things that go with it, kind of like a mini business college, if you will, but also a place to house our things and expand our staff so that we can serve the community even better. But that kind of fell by the wayside, and that's why we were trying to get this earmark for 20 to simply replenish the original revolving loan fund, which was not leveraged, as I mentioned, because of the Treasury canceling that program that allowed us to leverage program from the very beginning back in 2015, 2016. They did not carry that over. And the problem that we're facing now, as I mentioned, is the ability of the businesses to be able to pay their loans at this point in time. And I hear what everybody's saying. My own in-laws are in the same problem, not having electricity at their house or running water. And I dare to go back to my college days of living in Navajo Mountain and no water, no electricity, no anything. Oh God! So I can completely admire that aspect of the council trying to help folks out like that. So with that in mind, we would be glad to approach this in a different way, to be able to have this meet the needs of the people, but at the same time, in the council's wisdom, doing the allocation for ARPA right now, and I understand the difficulties of that. I've been back and forth. I was there when they got the funding for the Fort Defiance Hospital, and it went back and forth and back and forth. They cut it from the budget at least 10 times back in the Congress, and we had to scramble around and let people know that, well, this is an essential need for people. And they were saying, well, your neighboring tribes don't have a hospital. And I said, well, 5,000 people versus 500,000 people, a little bit less at the time, but it's just a relative viewpoint of it. And we see that. We see that what you're talking about, what the delegates have brought up already today. We would be glad to delineate all these things, list them, put it down, exactly where these monies will be spent. And I can't tell you in the future a loan that somebody applies for and if it would be approved or not, but we could certainly give you the broad parameters, our loan policies, all those good things. And remember, we don't look at it like a bank. We're your bank right now, for all intents and purposes, but we don't look at a loan application like a bank. We look at it like a member of the community. We don't look at the FICO score so much. We look at on one of these credit reports that we're required to draw per our policies and underwriting guidelines and accounting and all those good things. We look at it to see if the IRS has a lien on you, not what your FICO score is, not like a car dealership. We take a calculated and educated guess, and it's very calculated. There's a lot of things that we go through. We collect all the same information as a bank, but we view it differently because it's the Navajo Nation community, not, it's not Gallup, it's not Flagstaff. It's none of those. And we look at it differently because that's our charter. Our charter is to help build the Navajo Nation economy however we will. And all the projects that you've mentioned are completely worthy of being funded, every single one of them. I wholeheartedly agree. And from my side, my point of view, I say you need to add on another layer is you need to build the economy of Navajo Nation, and it will come back to you tenfold because in jobs, taxes, all those things that contribute to the community, you can bring those in there and not be dependent just on, ARPA funds or anything like that. And I think that's a good thing. But I do hear the wisdom in what you're saying, and if that's the conclusion of the council, we stand ready to apply the lessons from that and go forward in a different path. So we just wanted you to know that. And also, I think I answered the other question. I can't read my own writing. I tried to jot it down very quickly. I think I covered most of those bases, and thank you for your time, and turn it back over to Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart. Thank you.
Honorable Stewart.
So let's speaker, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Ranger, made important privilege rather. Mr. Kian Begay, ADA, he wants to know where the list is for the areas and where the funding would go. If you could answer that part for Shania Key Allen.
Do you want Mr. Gordon to answer that question?
Yes.
So for me, Mr.
Gordon.
Speaker, I didn't know if that's okay. To that exact point, we can't tell you exactly where every penny will go other than we have our budget and the expenditure plan that I hope is attached to the amendment that you received. I don't know. We sent it into the ARPA office and so on, and hopefully that was attached to that, and you get a flavor of where those monies are going. They're generally spread out into different categories. We go from micro lending all the way up to as we are able to participate in the community projects. So micro lending, small lending, larger small business lending, medium business lending primarily, And it's categorized like that. And we spread out and we have goals and, just statistically, which way we want it to go for folks. We go from everything from silversmith implements and livestock and feed all the way up to people that are building a C-store to serve a community. And it helps a far range of people in each place that we get those things done, whether it's an individual mom and pop operation or it has to do with a community effort like a lodge, those type of things, a funeral home, which we don't like to talk about, but it's there, it's serving the community as we speak. We've got it's just a myriad of things that should be in the expenditure plan that we submitted. I can resubmit that to you, and that would not be a problem. It's just I'm in a spot where I don't have very good technology right now. I can get that all to you and perhaps revisit this, give you some time to look it over and see if it meets your standards of what you would like to do with the funding. And that's the other thing that I would mention about that too. We're amenable to if you need to modify the amount at all. So we only put in what we were approved for. We had a little bit of difficulty trying to cut it down ourselves. They said it would have to be done at the council. So we've left that to you, the leadership, to examine and decide. Well, thank you. Thank you again.
Mr. Speaker, that completes our response at this time.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Before we go to point of privilege, there's been a just for the recommendation and moving forward. Before I recognize your point of privilege, I'm hearing a couple different things from your agents, Honorable Stewart, about reducing this or modifying this or even going to a CSN legislation. So I'm going to ask you as a sponsor, even from colleagues that are talking right now, are you still moving forward with this amendment as it currently is, Honorable Stewart? So I just need to make sure we're all on the same, because there's different variables of discussion that's going on here and I just want to make sure that that's what you're still doing, Honorable Stewart.
Okay, Shintella, Speaker. I was going to go in that direction to ask you that as well, Shintella, was that due to that language and the verbal responses that have been coming about from the two agents, I want to request just to withdraw this amendment, and then I will pursue with the board and the shareholders another route, which they would like to take again, possibly going towards the CSN funding with that, Shintella, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. And the reason why is because I know that there was other delegates had questions, but I just wanted to make sure. So you're going to withdraw the amendment at this time, Honorable Stewart?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and withdraw at this time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, Honorable Yellow Hair, as a second, are you withdrawing too as well? Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice. Honorable Yellow Hair going 3 times. That, colleagues, we are back at the main motion, so Amendment 4 was withdrawn. With that, colleagues, we are going back. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. The main motion, so let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 24 minutes and 26 seconds. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, I do want to provide an amendment regarding the veterans housing. If staff could read that into the record, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
4:19.
That, Madam Chair, reserve time at 4 minutes and 19 seconds. This is amendment number 4. Mr. Rico, I don't, you have the regarding veterans housing? You have that?
4:56.
456. It was sent out at 4. It was sent out at 4:56.
Okay.
Mr. Rico, floor is yours on, well, if you want to read it into the record, then I'll come back to you, Madam Chair, to concur, and then I'll go call for a second. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24 Nomination Council. This would be amendment number 4. 1, amend Exhibit L-2, Veterans Housing Program, Appendix A, page 203, revised paragraph D as follows. Paragraph D, overstrike NVA executive. And I believe we insert, one second. Yeah, overstrike NVA executive. Then we go down to, I'll read the whole paragraph. Paragraph D, the overstrike NVA executive, end of overstrike, existing language veteran housing program director will have the ultimate responsibility for this program, but will be aided by or delegate authority to the veterans housing program staff currently being onboarded to operate the program. Overstrike under the supervision of the executive director, end of overstrike, insert new language consistent with the eligibility criteria for receiving services approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, end of new language. 2, the NNFRF Office Executive Director, NNVA Executive Director, and DOJ shall immediately provide Office of Legislative Services with an Appendix A reflecting this amendment. 3, read letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Second, Delegate James.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, is that is that the amendment that you're referring to? Amendment number
Yes,
4.
Speaker.
Okay, with that,
It is, Speaker.
Amber Crotty's, Madam Chair Crotty is raising the motion on amendment number 4. That second by Honorable Vince James. Any comments or questions, colleagues, on amendment number 4? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacardi.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kines Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bacardi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark
vote green.
Freeland did not. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Green.
Honorable Rick Nez, can you please repeat your vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhead votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
On amendment number 4, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues. Good evening, everyone. Time now is 6:09 p.m. Colleagues, members of council and those that are just listening or might have just joined us. We are on 3-day session here. We have an approved agenda for 3 days, Wednesday, June 29th. We did come in session at 1:08 p.m. this afternoon. Tomorrow, we will be convening again at 10 a.m. and then if needs be, Friday, June 1st at 10 a.m. as well. We are on number 5 on old business, legislation 0086-22. We had just concluded with amendment number 4, sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That we are going down on the queue.
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. For the record, I text in my vote. I did not do a voice vote. I texted in for the record.
What was it? Is it recorded? You voted green?
Yes, via text, not voice. Not a voice vote, but texting my vote.
All right, we have you down as green. For sure.
Yes, by text message.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Yeah. With that, the number, the vote is still 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. That, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, want to make a motion to recess for today. As covered yesterday night at the hospital. I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Speaker.
How many more amendments? Colleagues, there's about 6 amendments that are pending, averaging 4.5 to 5 hours per amendment on each one of these. Just keep that in mind, colleagues. With that, there is a motion to recess at, what time is this? Recess 6:12 p.m. If this recess goes into place, we will be back in session at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, colleagues, and there again 6 potential more amendments. Colleagues, with that.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Honorable Herman Daniels has raised a motion recess. Point of privilege, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Could you put out a request to colleagues for the benefit of the council and hopefully a more expeditious consideration of the amendments, that they email out their amendments to the whole council so that we can research and contemplate them before they come to the floor? And that way colleagues can actually read them. And then even if they're not complete, if they could at least provide the outlines of what they'll be requesting as our Office of Legislative Counsel completes them. I think it was really helpful how Delegate Crotty sent out her amendment earlier. And I know Delegate Charles Newton has already told us about, I think, the 15 or so million for judicial. But I haven't seen the actual amendment quite yet as a standalone. If it's the same information as before, then I think we're good. But that's my request. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Hey, colleagues, this is what I'll do is have staff have
Speaker, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. We will be working on that with each individual delegate. If they give their okay, then we'll send that out this evening. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton,
Speaker, I was just
motion of
now,
privilege.
yes, Speaker, the motion to recess is Delegate Herman Daniels supposed to be recognized in order to make that motion? So shouldn't he be in the queue? Or is it just, does it take precedence like Rule 27 motion to adjourn? I know there's a difference, but I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. Thank you, Speaker.
There's been a motion to reset. We were in between timeframes there, Madam Chair. And there has been precedence prior in recognizing individuals in between amendments or in between action items. So at that time, Honorable Herman Daniels did address before I was going to go back to the main motion. So, and I did recognize Honorable Herman Daniels, and that has been a precedent numerous times. That there is a motion to recess. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Well, Honorable Stewart. You can vote it down. That, colleagues, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Yep.
Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
That'll get Paul McCabe votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati.
Senate Delegate Amber Cadence Balcrotty, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman N. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He was red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Point of privilege, Speaker Henio.
Okay, before I recognize the vote, point of privilege, Chairman Henio.
Again, that's a solution now. So for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, what's the lineup ready look like as far as who's first on deck and so forth? Because if I think I might be up or I might be second one up, but if I'm the first one up in the morning, I need to know so I can take a bath.
We are on reserve time. I started off with reserve time, so we would start on, this is, I'm gonna give you the lineup right now. Honorable Otto So is first out of the chute at 10:01 a.m. with 4 minutes and 33 seconds. And Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. And Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Then Chairman Henio, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Then Honorable Keon Begay with 4 minutes and 50 seconds. And Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. And Honorable Elmer Begay, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Then Honorable Eugene So with 4 minutes, 11 seconds. Then Honorable Vice Chair Walker, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. And Honorable Stewart, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So you're fourth out of the chute tomorrow, Honorable Chairman Henio. That, colleagues, with a vote, not recognizing the vote yet, Honorable Elmer Begay has voted, and he does vote green. So 13 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries to adjourn at 6:12 p.m. That, colleagues, we are officially, actually not adjourned, we're in recess. We're officially in recess until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Colleagues, have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Go on it. Oh, where's Sarah?
Thank you.